Hello there, everybody. Welcome to the live stream. Convinced I'm having a little bit of issues tonight with the notifications going out. I tried to go live once before and I had the same issues. I know I didn't really give anything much time, so maybe that's it. Maybe I haven't given the whole 2-hour time frame ahead of time so that you guys get the notifications. So I'm not really sure. I'm hoping that it picks up here. But yeah, I wanted to come on, hang out for a little bit, talk about a few things, show off a few updates. You may be able to notice in the background, a few of you that are here at the moment, that we got some new lights up, and those are some color changing RGB LED lights there that can be used and changed throughout the stream. And also the flag is down, as you may notice too. I'm going to be replacing it with some backlit numbers here, 539, and possibly in the future the mystery logo too. And so yeah, we're looking to do some major upgrades here and make it look a lot better, be a little bit more interesting, including some more interesting content. And I also got my tablet here finally with my little arm attached, and that's going to be able to change the colors of the lighting, and I'm going to be able to look at the chat through here hopefully, and be able to see it a little bit better and have more stats and stuff on the screen so that I can interact with all of you guys. So hey there, Linda. Hey there, Jenny. First notification. Well, at least you got one. That's good. It seems like they're not going out to very many people at this point. Let me see if I can get my chat up on my tablet here so I can actually look at the camera a little bit better. I'm not sure how well this is actually going to work. But yeah. Nope. My tablet hates me. There we go. Internet might be good. So yeah, thank you for joining me here tonight. Appreciate you all being here. Hope you're liking the setup. Again, it's looking still a little bit bland. It's going to get better. I am, again, going to add the 539 in the background here, and it should look pretty cool. So hang with me. Things are going to get better as they go. Hold on just one moment. I'm going to have to see if I can pause my stream. Okay. We'll see if the chat works. I'm not really sure exactly how it's going to go, but I've got another copy up here, so we'll compare the two as we go here. So, so yeah, that's one of the main upgrades that we're going to be doing, and we'll be doing a few more things as time goes, and maybe getting a few lights on the plants, maybe rearranging some things a little bit more here, and I don't know, I'm trying to work through some ideas to make it a little bit more interesting looking, as well as the content being a little bit more interesting. So we'll see how that ends up going here. But I'm also going to be doing, again, as I have alluded to so many times before, the Twitch streams starting here pretty soon. That's going to be, I'd like for it to be in the next few days, now that the initial part of my upgrade project is done and I've got those lights installed. I thought it would be a good time to jump on there. I was hoping to get my software to broadcast to both YouTube and Twitch tonight, but as far as I can tell, it's not really supporting it, which is kind of disappointing. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. I know that you can do that. There's plenty of devices that support that type of service, and I was thinking that the OBS should be able to do that, but for whatever reason, it's only wanting to broadcast to one side at a time. So at this point, accent lights. I have a grow light. I was going to bring the remote over here so I could switch it on, but it is pretty bright. It kind of overblows the image in the background. I did one stream with it on recently, and I didn't think it looked that great, so we'll see though. I may be able to turn it down and see if that works, but I think it might just be overall too bright, but I might put some accent lights or something, some like little LED accent lights. I did have some in the past on there, but they weren't working quite as well as what I would have liked to have seen, but I don't know. Maybe I might find something that works a little bit better too. I'll have to do some browsing here pretty soon, see what I can find. But yeah, mainly I'm looking to upgrade the content, as in the call-in shows, the alternative. Oh, excuse me, that was a lot louder than what I thought it would be. The call-in shows, the stories, the tattoo stories, the interviews and things like that. I'm looking to hopefully start that here pretty soon. I've talked with a few people briefly. Nothing's been really moving too quickly, so I'm not sure exactly when that's going to start, but as soon as I have some concrete interviews lined up or some concrete stories lined up, then I'll probably make an official date here and let you all know exactly what's going on. But until that point happens, it's kind of up in the air, and I'm not really sure exactly what's going on. So again, if anybody out there is interested, if you have a cool tattoo story or a cool piercing story, or I guess we're still in the month of January, if you wanted to tell a interesting New Year's resolution or something like that, I'm always open. But yeah, I'm trying to move things in that direction so that we can get more streams that have an actual subject matter and not just hangout streams, although I do like the streams like this again, but I always kind of say that. But again, these streams are always open to Q&A. If you're having, whoa, I gotta fix this before my camera falls. Sorry about that. So yeah, if anybody has any questions on episodes ever, whether it's a new episode or an older episode, feel free to ask. These streams are always open to that. But again, like I said, in the future, we'll be doing more subject-oriented streams like the alternative culture and, like I said, the hopefully guest. That would be kind of cool. Looking to maybe interview a few tattoo artists. So again, one of those things, if you happen to know anybody that wants to tell their story, has an interesting story, maybe something like that. I don't know. It could be really any variety of things. Not really looking to pigeonhole anything. So, but yeah, if anybody thinks they have something that's interesting and worthy of being shared, hit me up via DM or in the comments here or in the chat, whatever it might be. Let me know, and I'll try and schedule something with you. Or if we're having a slow night and you want to hop on and talk about it, and you have Discord and you're comfortable with that, then hit that link. And actually, I don't think I have the link in the description. Let me see if I can edit the description real quick and include a Discord link. That way, if anybody here wants to join in on the Discord server, you can do that. All right. I'm going to go ahead and paste it here. And this will be in the description below as soon as I save it. Although, unfortunately, you might have to hit the refresh button to see it. So, whoops. Okay. And that should work for at least 24 hours. Alright, change is saved. So, alright. If you hit the refresh button and you want to join the Discord server, you can do so, and that will take you directly to the server. It is an invite link. So, yeah, there's no work. There's nothing to really do. It should take you to... I'm not sure. I think it takes you to the main lobby. So, yeah. But, again, the main lobby is open to anybody, so if you want to go there and chat, it is a voice chat. Hey there, Shauna. Welcome to the live stream. Thanks for joining us tonight. But, yeah, it is open to anybody to kind of go on and talk with people. It's, yeah, again, a voice chat program. So, just because you hop on the main lobby doesn't mean that you're going to be audible in the live stream. It's not until I pull you into the on-air section of the server that you'll be on the live stream. So don't worry that if you hop onto the Discord server that you're going to automatically have your voice being streamed through the audio of the live stream and that everybody's going to be able to hear you. So don't hesitate to come and hang out and chat with other people if that's what you want to do. We're trying to foster kind of a community here there on Discord like we have here on YouTube, and make a place that people can go and hang out. And if you want to watch a 539 episode, or you just want to talk or do whatever. So yeah, the rest of the updates should be coming here over the next week or so. I'm hoping at least, I've been trying to find a good, I want to get the letter or the numbers pre-cut, and so far I've been kind of running into some roadblocks because what I've found is these semi-expensive letters, but also they have like huge shipping costs, so it seems almost cheaper to have somebody deliver just a piece of wood and cut it myself, but I really don't want to have to do that if possible. So if I can source the numbers, then I'll have that ordered and ready to go here over the next week or so, and then we'll have the nice cool backlit 539 in the background. and it'll look even better. And if not, then then we'll continue to search for something better. But once again, welcome to the live stream. Thank you guys for joining me here tonight. Again, if you're enjoying the live streams, make sure you give the live stream that's kind of redundant. I keep saying live stream, but make sure you give it a thumbs up, and of course, share it on your favorite social media if that's something that you're comfortable doing. If you have Twitter or Facebook or something, you can hit that share button down there next to the like and dislike buttons, and you can share it on another social media page. And so that does help us to reach a new audience, and who knows, maybe we'll attract a few new fans. But many thanks to everybody that is hitting the likes. Appreciate it. I hope it's not too boring of a stream here tonight. Again, the lines are always open if anybody wants to hop on and talk over on Discord, and you want to have a chat online on air here live. It doesn't necessarily, again, have to be a tattoo story, but if not, just let me know what it's going to be, either via DM or in the chat here on the live stream. But otherwise, I just wanted to hop on for a little bit here, test out some of the new gadgets and the new lights, and just see what y'all thought of them, and if if they're looking good. So but yeah, eventually I'll actually be able to change everything from the tablet, so that'll be kind of nice to be able to change the mood lighting at the click of a button here. So really kind of looking forward to that. So let's see. I swear there's something else I was supposed to say, and I'm missing it here. Oh yeah, I am editing a new episode for 539 that should be up today or tomorrow, depending on where you are in the world. I'm going to be getting it out on Saturday afternoon, hopefully here. Saturday afternoon to Saturday evening. So there will be new content coming out really soon. So within hours now, there's going to be new content on 539. Hey there, Brian. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us tonight. So we're going to have stuff over there. So we're not having another big, huge gap, although it has been a little while since the last episode. But we are going to continue the Ghost Town series, although we will be visiting a few graveyard locations in this episode. And then we're going to be continuing on to a few other Ghost Town locations in the third part of the series, which I'm going to be filming hopefully over the next few days. We're going to have to see, because the weather is supposed to take a turn for the worse here. We're supposed to be getting potentially a lot of snow, so we'll see how that goes. I'm going to try and get out no matter what. Maybe we'll try and do a live stream in the snow somehow. I've been trying to figure out how to do something more adventurous for a live stream. I am still working on getting the equipment set up so I can stream further out into the country. Hey there, Roy. Welcome to the live stream. Thanks for saying hi, bro. Brandon, hello there. Pretty soon we'll be taking this show back on the road, and should be kind of cool. Look a little bit militaristic. I'm going to be strapping a big antenna to the backpack and getting a little bit better of a signal for the live streams. And so it should be not only cool because I'll be able to take you guys to places that normally there wouldn't be enough cell signal to get to, but also it'll have that kind of interesting aesthetic feel to the streams. So it'll be neat to kind of get out there in the middle of the wilderness with the kind of camo on and the military looking backpack and the big antenna going out there, and still getting a really good hopefully HD connection to YouTube here. So we'll see how it works. I'm also, again, along with the other upgrades to the car, I'm going to be working that system into the car as well, so that we'll be able to do on the road streams. I'm not going to be able to do the chat as much with the on the road streams, but as I can upgrade the channel to the next level, this second channel anyway, to the next level of YouTube creator platform, I will be able to do the voice to text. The unfortunate part is that it does cost a little bit of money to do that. I think I can put the level pretty low. It is a what do they call it? It is one of the super chats that you have to do. But if I connect it to my Streamlabs account, then I can actually get it to speak the message, and then I can actually respond while I'm driving and still be safe and responsible on the road, and go out in some of these adverse conditions and still create really cool live content. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how all of that works, and to take this channel kind of to the next level, and also again the Twitch as well. So then those are the updates for, well, as far as I can tell. I'm trying to think if I still have anything else that I needed to. I think that's about it. So, again, new content over on 539 is the big thing. Be looking for that. I'll be putting that up on, or the updates up on Instagram as well. As I've been saying recently, I'm trying to get better at, well, I've been saying it for a long time now, but I am trying to get better at updating on the other social media. So if you're following me over on Instagram, then you can get any updates when the new episodes come out or we go live. That's the other thing that I forgot to do. I was going to try and use this. I don't know if I have my Instagram account hooked up yet or not. I was going to try and actually tweet out or not tweet out. I'm going to go with yes. All right. Well, maybe we'll figure out. All right. Yeah, it's going to let me. So yeah, sorry. Forgot that I haven't allowed any permissions on this yet, so it's like asking me for everything. Oh no. I'm gonna have to exit out of the entire program, I have a feeling here. Oh, there it goes. Hey there, Jade. Welcome to the live stream. Appreciate you stopping in to say hi. Good to have you here. So yeah, I'm going to be heading to a few more ghost town locations here soon, and we're going to be doing some more abandoned stuff. There's a few more bridges that we're going to be hitting up. A few more abandoned roads that we're going to be driving / walking down. And I'm trying to think what else. I'm kind of blank now. There's a really interesting bridge, first of all, that we're going to be going to here pretty soon. It looks like we can almost drive right up to it, and it's just like collapsed. It's still a road. It's still technically a public road. It is part of a ghost town in Indiana, and there's not there's a few houses here and there, but it's really far between real actual homesteads. Well, I shouldn't say homesteads, but farms or whatever. And it's not like your normal countryside. It's somewhat adjacent to one of the reservoir projects, and so the roads are all part of the town that used to be there and got relocated. In this case, the one that I'm going to be going to next time. And so this bridge used to be crossing a little stream, and now that no one really needs that part of the road anymore to get around, they've just kind of let it go back to nature. I am doing well, Jade. Thank you very much for asking. How are you? I hope you're doing well too. Alright, I'm going to type out this message really quick on Instagram. And then we'll be back here. So yeah. Once again, if you're liking the live stream, make sure to give it a thumbs up. And if you have an interesting tattoo or a piercing story and you want to share it, and you have Discord, or you have the ability to get Discord, which you can just go to discord.com and download it. It's real simple to use. Quick sign in, and then you can join the server with the link in the description below and come and chat live, or you can chat not live, just in one of the open lobby rooms, which you can chat with other fans or friends of the 539 channel, whoever happens to be in there. There's a few people that have joined, so it is not empty. So there is not a lot of people on there yet, but I'm hoping to build it up here as we grow the second channel a little bit more. So yeah, I'd appreciate again anybody that is willing to try it out, and again, if you have a story, let me know. Makes this so hard. Oops. Sorry, guys. I don't know why it's being so difficult tonight. It's like not letting me type anything at all. But yeah, with also with things looking up with the vaccines and all, hopefully we'll be getting out on the bigger road here again really soon, and taking a larger trip to multiple locations instead of these little day trips. So that should be coming up here real soon and is somewhat exciting. But yeah, again, if you have any places, any suggestions, any states that you'd like to see me film in, let me know. I'm kind of looking for some ideas. Probably going to head out southwest again at some point. That's kind of the idea, to kind of go to an area I haven't really experienced a lot of, and out in the west is kind of that area, and I think it's kind of an interesting area that people seem to like. The desert videos seem to be something that people are interested in, and so I think I'm gonna kind of pursue that. But again, if you have any suggestions, let me know. And I'm always open to any area of the U.S. Obviously, currently there's a lot of travel restrictions, so I don't know how long those are going to be going on past even when we can get the vaccine, but we'll see what that time brings when it comes. But at any rate, again, if you have any suggestions, let me know. Oh no, yeah, it always sucks to have a piercer or artist that is inexperienced. I actually had a problem with my industrial. I didn't. It was lined up fine, but they didn't know how to do it correctly, and so what they're supposed to do is pierce the top hole with one needle, and then they're supposed to discard that needle and get a brand new one to do the second hole. But he decided that he was going to do both holes with a single needle and save a little bit of cost, and so it really does. You wouldn't imagine that it dulls the needle much, just going through skin one single time, but it really does. And so the top hole was fine, but the bottom was like excruciatingly painful. Like, I mean, shaking painful. Like, probably one of the most painful things I've ever experienced. And so, yeah, definitely go to somebody with some experience, or you're gonna get some, some bad experiences like that. I've been all up and down the East Coast, pretty much except to the New England area. I haven't been anywhere. Hey there, Matthew. Welcome to the live stream. Appreciate you being here. I've been as far north as New York, and then I've been to New York. I've been to New Jersey. I've been to Virginia. I've been to North and South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. So I have not filmed in most of those states, unfortunately. So I'm going to be hopefully heading back to those areas to film, though. So I've never filmed in New York. I think I guess in none of those states I've really filmed. Yeah. So I'll have to hit all those states again. But yeah, that is an area I want to go back to. I'm a big fan. I had a lot of experience traveling there when I was younger. I used to go to Myrtle Beach a lot, and went to went to Virginia, and went to Maryland a few times, and yeah, so it was kind of interesting part of my life, and I'd like to hit that area up again. Yeah, I would love to come to New Jersey. That would be a fun one. Hey there, Colleen. Yeah, I'm trying to make it to Canada. I don't think I can right now. And I'm not sure when, but maybe later on this year, towards the end of the year, I'll be able to make it up that way again. But yeah, I would love to make it to Canada. That's a big one. I've been to Canada before a few different times. I think I've been to Canada about 4 or 5 times. Always had a lot of fun. Some trips have been wilder than others, but always had fun. It's a cool place. Western Maryland. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. I'd like to see more of the Revolutionary War stuff, because we don't get a whole lot of that this way. Although there are some things that you can find, whether it's grave sites, or there's one battle site here in Indiana. But yeah, it was kind of at a time that was obviously at the very birth of our country's history, and so Indiana wasn't a state at that time. But yeah, I would love to get it out that way and visit some of those places. And again, I do have a family cemetery out there in Maryland. So, and I believe one of them was a Revolutionary War veteran. I'm gonna have to go out and document it. Yeah, I think you have to have special paperwork to get to Canada right now, but I wouldn't want to go right now anyway. I haven't gotten any of my shots yet, so when I have that, then we'll think about what the possibilities are. Yeah, I think they've been closed kind of off and on as time has gone by. Just like there's I believe, a European travel ban right now. Just so that we're not spreading, well, as much. Obviously, we're still doing it. It is so hard to type. Sorry. Trying to make this quick. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah. Well, I mean, technically this is my business, so it would be business. But I'm not sure exactly how I get credentials on that, but there is a potential if I go through the right channels that technically I guess I am media. So and that does come with a few amount of perks. So it would be possible that I might be able to cross, but it would be kind of hard. I think I'd have to prove. I don't know exactly, to be honest. Oh yeah. Oh, all right. Still getting this worked out. All right. Hey there, Brenda. Good to see you again. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, it's still so much easier to, well, not easier, just more of a habit to look this way. But I'm gonna get used to this. Funkstown. I've never heard of that. I've only been to a few things out that way. I was at Gettysburg, but I obviously didn't film there. This was long before YouTube, so but that was fun. That was a cool place. I'd like to go back out there and do a little bit of filming. I think that'd be interesting. But again, when I can hit the road again, I'll definitely be probably taking a few different trips, to be honest. I'll probably take a trip, come back, take a break for a while, edit, upload, and then head back out on the road, take another trip. So maybe we'll take a few different directions, see what all we can accomplish. You give tours at Gettysburg. Well, that's awesome. You might give tours at the place, one of the places that I used to, or that I visited once. We did some of the more touristy stuff while we were there. Yeah, I'd like to make it back to Maryland. We'll see what happens here. It's definitely a possibility if everything gets done here again with the shots. That's the only thing. I just want to make sure that I'm safe and vaccinated and ready to go. So as soon as that happens, then yeah, we're gonna hit the road pretty hard, and I'm gonna be going every direction I can. We're gonna go until the car won't until it explodes, and I have to change the engine or something. But that's the plan. We're gonna hit up as many places as possible. Go hit up as many of our friends as possible that we've worked with in the past on the channel, and maybe go and meet up with a few new people that we might know online but have never met in person. And so hopefully we'll do a few new collaborations as well as a few old, well, not old, but reoccurring collaborations. Probably even going to be going back to a really cool location that I did in Iowa. Hopefully. And do a little bit more in-depth research of a abandoned hotel that is above a functioning secondhand store in Beale, Idaho, and a really cool place. And we, while we were there, my friend Ryan ended up finding I believe a few different receipts from people that had stayed there when it was actually a functioning business. And so we're going to go back there and see if we can find any more relics and got a few other ideas of some things to check out. So I think it'll be an interesting series, and hopefully be able to get around Idaho. But Idaho a little bit more. And yeah, just a really cool state and something that I didn't really get enough time to check out, and such a diverse diverse state as well. And as I was coming up from Nevada, there was the mountains, and then it kind of flattened out again. And apparently, there's a lot of cool. There's a few cool kind of canyony type areas to check out too, and so I'm hoping to do that as well. Fort Frederick. I think I've heard. Yeah, I've heard of that. I've never been there either. This is one I'll have to check out. Um, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in that area that I'd like to check out, including some stuff in over in another area close by in Philadelphia that I want to do, and I really want to get access to this. I still don't want to leak it, but there's this really amazing historic place that I want to get access to that's pretty much completely sealed off. It's in the middle of downtown Philadelphia. It's kind of deteriorating and falling apart, and it's an absolutely amazing location. And I'm not sure if it's ever been filmed for YouTube ever. It might be. There might have been a few people that have made it in. But I really want to see if I can get some exclusive access to this place, and if I do, it will be probably one of the craziest, most interesting, and maybe in some ways one of the best yet saddest episodes that I've ever done for the 539 channel. And probably, I mean, it will be an epic, amazing episode. But first, we got to get through all this, and I've got to get access to the location. 15 minutes. Oh, that's not too bad. That's pretty close. Yeah, it'd be nice to get some local advice about it if possible. But I'm not really sure exactly when I'm going to be able to make it that way. But at some point, yeah, I'll probably be needing some local advice and potentially help in gaining access to this place. Obviously, I want to do that with permission. This is a place that I'd like to be able to walk around freely for as long as humanly possible. It is quite large, and something that would make probably numerous parts. I can imagine spending days documenting this place. I don't know exactly what's happened here. But it's definitely a place that not only will be fascinating to experience, but also a place that could use our help. And I think that'd be interesting to try to maybe start some sort of restoration project on an old decaying place like this. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, Matthew. Yeah, that would be very helpful. Thank you, Jade. Appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to be able to make it to any of these places, but I'm hoping to make it and travel here soon. So, Penn's Landing. That sounds interesting. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Hey there, Agnes. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you here tonight. Or this morning, depending on what your current time zone is. But yeah, it's getting kind of late here. I wasn't really sure exactly who all was going to join here tonight. So yeah, I appreciate y'all being here. Make sure to give the stream a big thumbs up if you're enjoying it tonight. I know it's not the most interesting stream that we've ever done here. Again, we're trying to build up to it. I'm trying to get the planning done. Been throwing out some messages here and there, contacting a few people. Had a few people contacting me, and we're trying to get these a few interviews going here, a few guests coming in on the live streams, and also get the Twitch streaming started up here. I was going to try to do it tonight. I was trying to get my studio software set up so that I could stream to both, but it screwed me. Apparently it doesn't want to do it, so we'll have to figure that out later. Who knows? I could probably actually just stream with the tablet, but that would just be one more thing that I had to monitor as we go here, and just be one more thing to distract me. I've already got 1, 2, 3, 4 screens, and another screen coming. I've got another second screen for my other computer that is sitting right next to it that I haven't turned on and hooked up yet, but then it'll give me 4 computer screens that I can use, which I'm hoping to get one vertical so that I can do like a big version of the chat maybe, or have other settings or other social media up, and so I think it'll be kind of an interesting setup. But yeah, I wish I had gotten the software set up before the stream tonight to do the lights from my tablet so I could do them live here. Currently I have to just grab the remote and like hold it up and point it, which I don't have the remote with me anyway. But we'll probably switch the coloring up here in a little bit just for fun. Maybe we'll go over to red instead of blue. Who knows? I don't know. So far, those are my 2 favorites. Or maybe we'll scroll through the colors. We'll make it fade. That would be kind of a fun one, I guess. Penn's Landing is nice, but I need to visit the old city. Yeah, I like the historical stuff. That's kind of more my MO most of the time anyway. It just depends. I'm trying to get it more into a variety of things, though. As we saw, not too far away from this time last year, during my Indianapolis episodes, I went to some more of the downtown stuff. They didn't do too well. I ended up removing one of the episodes, just because for whatever reason, I don't know if it was YouTube or if it was just because the audience tends to not come to my channel for those type of videos, but it just kind of bombed, and so I ended up deleting the video. I might put it back up either on the second channel or over somewhere else on maybe Facebook or something like that. I'm not really sure. I'm kind of getting sick of Facebook though, so I'm not sure if I'm going to continue using it. I'll probably continue posting to it indefinitely, but I'll probably just repost stuff and maybe mostly Instagram stuff and things like that. But I always appreciate the likes over there. And I do occasionally go over there and try to respond to comments and messages, but it's been a while and I've been bad about it recently just because of everything going on. It's been kind of a blur recently, so I'm trying to get into better habits, trying to get on here more often, but again, it's kind of hard because it's just slow going with getting this built up, and without having any kind of well, I guess I have a few concrete guests, but no real concrete plans is the kind of the problem. So at this point, I can't really even start up the sort of semi podcast, I guess, if you will, until we can attract a few more people to do that. So still trying to look over the other way. I'm not sure that it's necessarily better. It's a little bit easier for me. Let's see if I can lean back a little bit more. The next thing I need to do is get better lighting. My lighting is not that great. I'm kind of relying on my screen over here to light up my face a little bit. Let me see if I can. There, that's a little bit better. And then there. Oops. I need to be careful, because I can take actions on people's accounts doing this by accident here. Yeah, I agree. I kind of had that experience in when I was over in New York. We kind of traveled around, ended up in different areas, different parts of the state, and different parts of the coast. We went over into Jersey for a little bit, and then we went over into like Long Island for a little bit. And yeah, obviously would have done a lot more if we would have had more time. But yeah, I agree. Especially when you get straight on the coast, there's just so much. The different boardwalks or like different businesses along the coast, and every area's got the kind of their feeling. Some areas are party areas, some areas are more family oriented, some areas are real big business areas, and there's so many different things to experience. But I think it's kind of the same on the West Coast, but like the West Coast has definitely a different feeling altogether. Um, but it's similar in the sense that you kind of can experience different. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's kind of stupid to say that there's just different types of areas and different places. That kind of is that way anywhere in the country, but um, there is something special about the coast, though. But yeah, I would love to do sort of a episode, or not an episode, but a series on coastal travel like that. That has been an idea that's been bouncing around in my head a little bit to travel from a more northern area. One of them being like over in California, the travel from like northern California all the way down to southern California, along the coastal highway there, and document that experience and different things along the way. And I think that'd be a really cool set of episodes. Again, it's not something I don't really know at this point if anybody will watch it. I've kind of been pigeonholed at this point into the, not that again that I don't like them. I do enjoy making them, but I've sort of been pigeonholed into the cemetery videos, where almost nothing else on my channel does well anymore. I'm trying to get out of that to the point where I can at least have equal views on things. I'd like to get, as many people interested in the other types of, whether it's the abandoned stuff, the ghost towns, or whether it's just the outdoor adventure type content, or whether it's just the idea of the road trips in general, wherever they end up. I'm really trying to attract, not necessarily completely a new audience, but also to attract more of my core audience to more types of the videos. It's a very diverse audience, but it's also very divided. There's a very clear group of people. There's a very clear group that likes the abandoned. There's a very clear group that likes the cemeteries, and then the other group that likes the outdoors type of things. And then there's a very small group in the center that enjoys all the different types of videos. But you can see pretty clearly in the views that the non-cemetery videos do significantly worse, and some of that is the algorithm too. But yeah, so you can kind of see how divided the audience is, and what they like. And so if I can somehow bring people together a little bit more, either by having multiple locations in episodes, and doing different types of things in episodes, and having things to appeal to multiple groups, I'm hoping to attract more people to the episodes. So we'll see how it works, but those are my thoughts and feelings on things anyway right now. Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, I feel like everywhere has its sort of unique appeal. Um, but yeah, I do like the East Coast a lot. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Brenda. Yeah, and if I can get more people to be like, I mean, not to be like that. I'm not looking to necessarily. I mean, obviously, it's entertainment, so maybe in some ways I am looking to change minds a little bit to maybe bring some people over to the outdoorsy type of content and to the more maybe even urban type content and stuff. I like road trips in general, and I like being in way out of the way areas, and I think that'll always be the main focus of 539 is going in these out of the way, seldom filmed areas and filming that stuff, and obviously a lot of historical stuff as well. But you know, to be able to do different cool sorts of road trips and know that people are going to watch it and enjoy it would be kind of nice. And it gives me something where it's it just gives me something else that I can go out there and film and bring to you guys. Where it's like when I'm concentrating so hard on like the cemeteries, it makes it rough because just finding very interesting cemeteries, it's a very narrow subject matter, so it makes it incredibly difficult to find. It's like, how many episodes have I, there's hundreds of episodes on the channel now, and I think like something like 120 of them are cemetery videos, and while there's a significant amount of them that I still have not filmed at, it is rough to just only research that. And so if I can broaden the appeal of other types of episodes or include multiple types of locations in a single episode, then I feel like it might make things a little bit better overall. So yeah, I mean, again, it is something I'm trying to turn it into a completely full-time operation that we can take, as far as, going international, and, the more broadly appealing I can make some of the episodes, I guess the better, and in the sense that not necessarily broadly is trying to appeal to the masses, but trying to at least appeal to a bigger segment of my own audience, to where everybody enjoys the videos. Because if I could get, I can say confidently in the past, I used to be able to count on at least getting, usually getting as many views as I had subscribers. And so if I could get back to that point where we can get even on average, or even slightly below, just get just a few more views up, it'd really drastically change what was really possible on the channel too. Because I just feel like, again, like there's so many cool stuff that I could go out and film, and then sometimes I just sometimes I pass things over because it's like I know that it's not going to probably do as well, or I've filmed things in the past and sort of thrown them out, or wanted to do something but kind of decided against it because it just didn't feel like it was something that would, even though it was really interesting, it might not have done well on the channel because it might not fit into that narrow sort of travel segment that is the cemetery. I don't even know what you call them really, because I mean they're not exactly tours either. Not to piss anybody off, but I do kind of reiterate that because a lot of people complain that I don't go down the rows and sort of read each name one by one, and I do try to say it's not really a tour, it's more of a travel series than anything, and exploring these areas, not necessarily to go through and pick apart every location, memorial by memorial, if I am doing that location at that time. Hey there, Savannah. Welcome to the live stream. Yeah, I have bounced around the idea before of, including when I first started the channel. Um, Obviously, that was a big popular time for exploring with blank, and you know, obviously that was a choice that I had to make, and so um, I think it's probably in a lot of ways a really good idea. For me personally, I avoided it simply because I don't know, I just didn't want that to be part of my name. I don't know why. It just more personal preference. Not that I think it's bad, but and I also didn't necessarily I don't consider myself an Urbex channel. I do consider it a travel channel. And again, obviously I could put some sort of road trips or something like that, but I do want it to be focused on the fact that it is a not only a travel channel but a filmmaking channel. I am somewhat focused on the filmmaking aspect of it, in a sense that it's not supposed to be. It is somewhat supposed to be professionally edited. I do put. There's some people that it's just a complete and utter documentary to the best of their ability, of what they do with the camera that they have. Whereas, I am trying to make a production out of it, sort of a artistic production, at least a documentary style artistic production out of it. And so, yeah, I knew I could have done that, and it might have made it a little bit easier for myself. But at the end of the day, I just chose a name that I knew that I liked and represented what I thought was, me. And so, and 539 Productions isn't really, I wouldn't say the name. 539 is more the name. And I do like that it's cryptic in some ways. And I feel like maybe in some ways it doesn't draw the audience, but in some ways, to a certain amount of people, it might be somewhat intriguing and draw in some people just who want to see what it is based upon this weird name. And so yeah, I think there's benefits to both directions, but I just I have to plug in my tablet now. But anyway, yeah, I think there's benefits to either way, but I just at the time I felt like for me there were too many channels that were doing it, and so that pushed me away more. So yeah, I hope that answers that. But yeah, I definitely think it's a good idea though, for sure. But I probably will never do it. The one time I was walking in a field and a ghost popped out of nowhere. Wait, where? I don't remember when this was. I did have a weird, sort of ghostly experience in California once. I think I've told it before on the stream, where I had the weird guy when I was climbing up the hill at the Golden Gate Bridge, and it was getting close to high tide, and the tide was starting to roll in, and there was like a weird guy, and it was like something just didn't seem right about him, and he just seemed to be able to communicate, but yet wasn't. I don't know. It just seemed weird. It was like he understood a lot of what I was saying, but then there were some things that it seemed like he should have understood. Like, I remember he said hello to me and asked me what I was doing, and I told him I was going to head down to the beach and go back up to the main section of the trail. And I remember he said, it's too late for that. And I said, "Oh, is the tide coming in too quickly?" And he just kind of looked at me, and he didn't respond. He just kind of stared at me, almost kind of confused. And he was real tall, kind of slender gentleman with grayish hair. I couldn't really tell what age he was, but yeah. And then I forget what so I kind of asked him. I said, "Well, which way are you planning to head?" And he kind of looked at me, kind of confused again, and just kind of looked at me. I said, "Well, if you know the way up, you know, better than me, I mean, I'd be happy to follow you," because it seemed like he was trying to help out by telling me it was too late to go down that way, and he seemed to be heading up in a certain direction. But he just kind of looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language, like I had no idea what I was talking about. And I just ended up looking at him and said, "Well, it was nice to meet you. I'm going to actually just go ahead and head this way." And I headed the other way and ended up climbing up some of the hills and made it to the top just fine. But like, it was just a very odd experience. And I never could figure out what the deal was completely with him. Oh, well, yeah, I'm trying to remember if I can recall the video. Yeah, I do remember people talking about a few different things lately, and I've had a few emails from like the Spooks channel or whatever, or I think that's what was their name. But yeah, so many people have been contacting me recently. It's kind of hard to remember the specifics. But yeah, occasionally people see things. I haven't really noticed anything live other than, like I said, that one. Unfortunately, I wasn't filming with the guy in California. I did film shortly before, or actually shortly after that. I filmed a scene that I included in one of the California Cemetery episodes, where I was sitting on the side of the hill filming the sunset, and I was kind of resting because it was a real steep hill and a pretty significant climb. And so I had pulled out the camera then and started filming, but unfortunately I missed my opportunity to film this very strange interaction. Yeah, almost otherworldly. It was like talking to somebody in a bodysuit. That's all I could. It's like just somebody in a bodysuit that just had a very brief understanding of what it meant to be human. Like that was what it was like to talk to this guy. I was live streaming while walking. So this must have been one of the outdoors videos. Hey there, Bali. Or Bale, excuse me. Yeah, it should be. It was on the southwest side of the bridge. It was near a few of the abandoned military bunkers, I guess. But yeah, we crossed over from the north side to the south side, and then parked in one of the parking lots immediately after the bridge. So I'm not sure exactly which section the Golden Gate Park is, but I would assume that most of it's probably included in that. So yeah, it probably was right around there. I mean, that's where my photos came from the bridge. So if you ever seen my photos on Instagram of the Golden Gate Bridge, that was when I was standing down there. That was slightly before that happened. I do remember a few. There was a few times in the woods when I was streaming, and there seemed to be other things there. Possibly people. I from time to time I hear, and sometimes it might be in nearby houses, or it might be other hikers that just walk down the road and hadn't driven there, and so there's no car parked. But occasionally I do hear voices while I'm out there in the woods, and then I'm never really able to identify where they came from. So, yeah, and I do remember talking about that a few times. But yeah, I'm not sure the specific instance. But yeah, I do occasionally hear things. And recently, more when I'm filming. There's been a few times recently that I've heard weird sort of disembodied voices, and it doesn't seem that there's anybody around. A few things have shown up in. I haven't made any. I need to make some clips or something for like the second channel, but in a few of the videos recently on 539, there's been some audible voices, and some that are pretty clear. I know I did add music to a few, and so it might not be as easy to hear them now, but I did have a few people actually mention it, and I purposefully didn't mention it in the video or in any subtitles or anything like that, just specifically so that if somebody did hear it, they would corroborate, my story essentially, and verify that I had heard something. And indeed, a few different people asked me specifically if I had heard the voices. Yeah, sometimes it's difficult, especially depending on where I am, to discern, what's all around me. In the woods, especially, it's hard. You can go right by something and not necessarily see it. Then somebody watching might catch on. Yeah, I've gotten pretty lucky with the dogs. There are a few episodes where they're visible. There was a series I did where I found it was a pretty large cemetery that I filmed, and at the back of the cemetery was a patch of woods, and there was a little trail that went back, and I followed the trail, and I found a few graves at the back of the trail. And while I was there, excuse me, while I was there, I actually ran into a few loose dogs, and they actually were they weren't like friendly, but they were like nice in the sense that they just didn't care. They saw me there and just ignored me and continued to just play with each other. They were chasing each other around and having fun, and they decided to ignore me and just go about their business. And they ran by a few times, and then I never saw them again, so it was kind of interesting. But I've had very few confrontations, direct confrontations with people. I've had a few people just sort of randomly try to intimidate me by, either driving real slow and making it obvious that they're keeping an eye on you or whatever, or looping around and around the cemetery, over and over again. I did attempt to approach somebody once on a live stream, actually, and they just drove away. So they had their window down, and they kept looping. They had looped around and around about 5 or 6 times, and they were looking at me from a distance. And when I would test it just to make sure, I would go behind a tree. And then as soon as I would go behind a tree and out of their sight, where it would block the line of sight, they would throw the truck and drive again, and then they would pull around to a place that I was in a line of sight again. And then if I then would stand there for a minute and look like I was filming, and then turn around and go back behind the same tree out of their line of sight again, they would again throw it into drive and go to somewhere else and park where I was in their direct line of sight again. So I kind of proved beyond the shadow of a doubt that they were indeed specifically staying there just to check on me and to observe me. And I attempted to walk up and say something, and when I said hello, they just drove off, and they left the cemetery and came back. They left the cemetery, drove around like a few blocks, and then came around to another entrance of the cemetery, like off of another street, and then entered the cemetery from there again. And then they drove through like one more time, and when I started walking towards them again to say something, they just drove off and left forever. And then somebody else randomly came and started trying to do the same thing. So they apparently were making some phone calls. No one's ever said hi, honestly. Walking by, there's been some joggers and some walkers and things like that have walked by, and they're always polite and they say hi, and we keep going. But none of the people in the cars ever. They'll stop, and then as soon as I get close to the car, then they'll just drive off. And I've documented it a few different times in episodes where it's like, they'll be sitting there with their window down watching me from a distance, and then as soon as I turn around and walk towards the road again to go to another area, then they'll just drive off. And it's like, that they were there for you, because otherwise they just would have, ignored you. If they're just there reading a book or whatever, they would just have ignored you and went about their day, Do I believe in spirits or ghosts? I kind of just leave it open. I'm an open-minded person. If somebody shows me some evidence of it, I've seen some weird things. I don't know what to attribute to them to. I could probably say I had a few paranormal experiences. I don't feel like I've gotten to the point in my life where I have had enough experience to say that the experiences I had were 100% paranormal, so I don't kind of say that I go either way. I'm just open-minded, but I've definitely seen and experienced some weird things, though. That would be in the unexplainable range, I guess, or realm of the unexplainable. Yeah, I think it's different every time. One place that I went to that I documented it at, I did find out later that they did have unmarked security and had experienced some problems with people in the cemetery recently, and so I kind of understood that. Although I still don't understand, even with security, if it is legitimate security, why they'll sit there and roll down their window and stare at you, but then when you come up near them, they won't even have the courtesy to say hi. Knowing what I know about retail security, contact is one of the best forms of security, because if you say hello, then not only is it a nice thing and a comforting thing to do to those people who aren't doing anything wrong, but to those people who might have bad intentions, the mere act of contacting someone often will prevent negative action, and it's been proven time and time again. And so it's interesting to me that even when it turns out to be security, that they don't just at least be like, hey, how's it going? Are you just out filming today? Yeah, no problem. And just, let me know what's going on. Just don't weirdly creep up behind me in your SUV and sit there and park behind me and then move when I move. That's weird. That's, security or not security, that's just plain weird. So, ghost probably stalking me. Who knows? Maybe. But yeah, sometimes it's not security. Sometimes it's just locals that they must be watching. They might consider it kind of their duty to protect these places. Some of them that I've been to have been some of the more private Masonic cemeteries, and so maybe it might be a fellow Mason that's sort of checking in and making sure things are on the up and up. And I don't know. But yeah, and then some places I've just been completely astounded and kind of creeped out. Some of these places where it's just multiple cars, one after the next, just doing circles. And it's like somebody's sending you a message and you know it, because that just doesn't happen. 2 and 3 cars don't just randomly, decide to just only drive through, only do 2 loops, and then drive away. 2 loops and then drive away. It's like that doesn't that's a coordinated effort of intimidation, and I think that's pretty clear in some of these episodes. I could see how in some cases people might think I'm paranoid, and maybe some cases I am wrong, but some of these are pretty concrete. Some of these are pretty it's like that just doesn't happen. Thank you, Bale. Thank you, Brenda. Yeah, I if people see me, I appreciate them coming up and saying hi. I'm a nice person, and I'd always like to have interactions with fans. Obviously, right now, safely, but I'm always open to. And the weird thing is that I have had a few people wave at me, and I had the one weird experience when I went to Alabama where I had somebody they must have known who I was because they stopped in the middle of the gas station. It wasn't a gas station because I told the story before. I must not have told it clearly because somebody was like, well, maybe they thought you were doing something kind of suspicious, and so they were like filming you to make sure you didn't steal anything. I was like, but what the actual experience was, I was standing at the gas pump pumping gas, and this person in a minivan was driving into the gas station, and they all of a sudden stopped like 20 feet away from my car, and the person in the passenger seat immediately pulled out a cell phone and starts recording me. There's no one else pumping anywhere nearby me. It's just me. I'm the only car on both sides of the pump, and they're sitting there, and then they slowly drive closer and closer and closer until they drive right by my car. And as they drive by, you can see them turning and turning and turning to continue filming me. And then they just drove away. And I have no idea to this day what happened to the video, if they ever shared it online. They never messaged me, or I attempted to even say a few times in a few live streams around the time that I went to Alabama, and if you looked back, I'm sure you could see my references to him, that one of the I can't even remember when I did a live stream, but anyway, I said, if that was you, just hit me up, let me know. I'd love to say hi or whatever. But no one ever told me that it was them, and they never shared the video or tagged me or anything, so I don't know. They just kind of sat there and filmed me. And I guess maybe they thought I was some other celebrity. I do occasionally get mistaken for other people, so I guess that's possible. Thank you, Agnes. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't necessarily mind people being protective of places. I guess it's the weird thing to me is that, it's like there's a difference between being protective and then just creeping people out. Like, I feel like there's a good way and a bad way to do something, you can drive around once and leave to make it look like there's traffic going through the cemetery, or drive up somewhere, get out, look around for a minute, visit your loved one's memorial, and then leave. And then it gives that sense of traffic, but also gave you something to do, instead of just doing circles. It's kind of weird the way that people do it sometimes. I suppose that would make a good episode, Matthew. Yeah, I'd never understand it. Yeah, it's like people won't say hello, and then on top of not saying hello, then they'll also literally drive away like they're scared if I get even anywhere near their car. Even if I say hi, like I said, the one time I literally looked through the open window at the guy that was checking me out and said hello, like, how's it going? And when I was at the abandoned canal lock, I did the same thing. Like, the guy drove by and he slowed down to look at me, and I just kind of smiled and waved. And he started to drive away. He was starting to drive away right as I smiled and waved. And then he immediately slams on the brakes and kind of stares at me again. And again, it's a public place. It's a public park. It's not, I'm allowed to be there, There's literally signs up that say if you want to volunteer in helping to restore parts of the canal, you can call these numbers. And it's like, it's a public place, and several different times. And then the one time he rolled down his window, and I finally just yelled at him, can I help you? It's like, but people just are. It's like they're paranoid. But but again, the thing I always reiterate is that it probably looks different to all of you because you see the video, but to them, they see me sitting there with a camera in my hand. So there is no question, or there should be no question in their mind what's going on, because from their end, there's this big camera pointed right at my face, or it's pointed at things, or I'm sitting there with my hand on the camera taking photos of things. So it's like from a distance, it is absolutely obvious what's going on. So like it doesn't look quite as obvious on the episodes, because from the episodes you don't get to see the camera because you're seeing through the camera, but to these people you got to keep in mind that they get to see the camera. So if there's any paranoia in their mind, it should immediately be clear, oh, that dude's just got a camera over there. And yeah, I could maybe I'm staking the place out. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe there's some scenario where I've got a camera in my hand, but I'm still doing something nefarious. I don't know. But like, to me, like, that's almost like number one thing. If I look and I see somebody somewhere and I'm slightly suspicious, and then I see a camera in their hands and see them snap a photo, and I'm like, okay, yeah, they're just some photographer, artist, who knows, and they're here doing their thing, and immediately it disarms the situation to me. So to me, like, from a viewer perspective, I could understand how people might be like, oh, maybe it does look suspicious, but from their perspective, they get to see the camera. They see me and what I'm doing. So, yeah. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. Yeah, and again, new content coming here in a matter of hours. I'm working on editing a new episode right now, so it should be up Saturday. It may be Saturday, depending on where you are in the world. I know it is for me. It is 1:43 in the morning in the Midwest of America here for me. So for me, it will be today. For some of you, it might be tomorrow. So, yeah. But I don't know the exact time, but it should be sometime afternoon to early evening, Eastern Standard Time. So, if you're on the West Coast or closer to the West Coast or closer to the central area of the U.S., it might be a few hours off. But I suppose that's a good thing for people in those areas, because it means that the episode's technically coming out earlier. So, yeah. So part 2 of the Ghost Town series, or this particular Ghost Town series will be coming out, and then I'll be filming part 3, possibly in the snow. We'll see. It's kind of a dangerous area to film in the snow, so I don't know if I'm gonna go there and risk getting stuck. Some of the back roads get pretty rough, so we'll see how it goes. But I'm gonna try and go out and film something, or maybe if nothing else, do some sort of live stream. Maybe do a walking stream through the snow. There's an area not too far from here where there's an old abandoned railroad track section that they're slowly turning into a walking trail. So parts of it are finished and are paved, and then parts of it are still just the old abandoned railroad track. And you can go there. There's nothing. There's no rules or laws against going there, but it's still part of the trail, but it's just not finished. And so you can find little relics from the railroad and railroad ties and stakes and all kinds of little pieces of metal that are sometimes unidentifiable, but somehow connected to the old abandoned railroad line. And so I was thinking about maybe heading over there in some snow gear and then doing like a 2 or 3 mile, or who knows, maybe more, little trek through the snow down this old railroad line, and just see how well it goes, see if it's fun, see if anybody's interested, and yeah, try and do finally another stream out in sort of the wilderness. It's not too far away from urban areas, so the signal should be a little bit better, but it might at least test out, how well people are going to like the more outdoorsy, wilder type of streams. But I feel like people like them. But again, I think some of the issue is just the signal. It's usually just a real bad signal. And so it makes those horrible times, it'll go either completely dead for a while, or it'll be like a really terrible quality. And obviously that's no fun for anybody. And so maybe we'll use something like this as a lead up to upgrading all the streaming equipment and going further out there into the wilderness and being able to stream from deep in the woods and deep in the country, and in some of these areas that normally it's hard enough just to get a signal for navigation. Some of these places I go so far out and it drops out completely. It's, you look at your cell phone, it just says no signal. It's like, you're going to have to drive for a little bit before you can pick up the navigation again and figure out exactly where you are, or you're just going to have to drive blind for a little while until you can figure out, based on either the sun going down or the signage or whatever, where exactly you are in the country. So, yeah, it'll be kind of nice to be able to also navigate better as well, and maybe that'll help me to get to some places a little bit quicker. Sometimes that is an issue. I have had situations where I've not been able to film as many locations as I wanted to because the signal dropped out and I had no idea where I was, and it was a difficult area to navigate, so it hindered me enough that I wasn't able to get somewhere in time and had to turn around and head either to another location or back to the command center to edit. So I'm hoping that'll improve that as well, but also, again, just allow me to go out into the more wild areas. But again, that's that's a big tangent, from what I was trying to say, which is that I'm going to try and do a more accessible and localized outdoor live stream here, especially if we get a lot of snow, because apparently we're supposed to be able to, or we may be getting a lot of snow. I'm not exactly sure, but see if I can pull up my oh my god. Oh my. Well, I was trying to look at a forecast. Alright. So yeah, apparently Sunday supposedly starting to snow, and I guess they're saying anywhere from like 6 to 8 inches potentially, which with wind gust and things like that can turn into blizzard-like conditions. And so, yeah, I think it might make an interesting live stream. We'll see how long the phone survives before it gets too cold. I need to actually upgrade that and get some sort of weather protection / heating system. Hey there, Patricia. Welcome. Good to have you here in the live stream. Yeah, my tablet's about to die here. It does work quite well. I do have I'll have to grab my charger here when I take a break. Where were we? But anyway, yeah. So, long story short, that's the plan. We're gonna do better live streams, outdoor live streams, and we're gonna do a outdoor live stream soon here at the weather turns, and hopefully do a fun little snowstorm stream. I think that'd be cool. Personally, anyway. Again, I like the travel content, and I think doing the IRL streams in the bad weather would be a lot of fun. Yeah, it's been kind of bad here, but the worst thing about here is that it just keeps getting cold and then snowing, and then it immediately will get warmer and melt, and so it's just muddy. It's nothing but mud, and it's just like you sink everywhere. And it's like this is such a heavily the mud here is all or mostly clay, and so it sticks, and so it's like by the time that you get to where you're going, you like literally like your boots or your shoes weigh like 3 times the amount that it's like you're literally picking up pounds of this stuff, and it's like it's hard to clean off. It's so difficult. Like it's to the point where I'd rather it either be incredibly hot or like incredibly cold, like because at least then it'd be hard enough to walk over. But it's just been mud here, and yeah, and you kind of got that feeling in the first the recent Ghost Town series, because I got partially stuck on my way up one of the hills in that episode. Yeah, that's always the tough part, to stay warm and safe. But I've got a lot of good equipment with me. Whether it's warm clothes, boots, backup clothes, and of course I've always got my vehicle that I can warm up in. And I've always got bear spray with me, so I'm always able to protect myself when I'm out there. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday snow. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here. We'll see. But if it gets real deep and is interesting, I'll go out and document it. Occasionally I've documented the adverse weather conditions. Those episodes seem to do all right, too. I did a flood episode, or a few different flood episodes, and they've done pretty well. Snowball fight. Yeah, I would have to have somebody to do that with, and that might not be a good idea this year. Maybe next winter. Maybe the end of this year. Hey there, Francisco. Welcome to the live stream. But yeah. Yeah, one of these times I would love to go somewhere with a bigger snowstorm and do something like hop on like like a snowmobile and take a tour around a big blizzard when it happens. I think that'd be an interesting thing to document. But that's going to take some time. Yeah, I've never had any wild animal attacks at all. I hear things from time to time. I see lots of deer. It's mostly deer that I run into. Honestly, I hear coyotes from time to time. I've documented them in a couple episodes. You can sometimes hear large packs of them howling. I occasionally run into country dogs that are just loose because, farmers often let their dogs, some of them out here at least, let their dogs run loose. But yeah, I've been in areas that have populations of bears. I haven't seen any so far. I've run into snakes a few times. But so far I've been fairly lucky. I've never actually used the spray once. My goal is not to use it. Um, you know, I don't want to have to harm anything, even if it's temporarily. But, I am glad that is something that, an animal would live through. So that's a plus. But at the same time, I would feel bad. So I'm hoping to never have to use it. But it is good to have it there just in case. Yeah, well, I guess that would be one place that I would expect them to have some sort of snow would be in the Alps. But yeah, yeah, we've got a little bit of snow on the ground right now, not a whole lot. It just keeps melting. We don't have real long winters anymore. We used to have real long snow-filled winters. We'd have piles and piles of snow that would take nearly till summer to melt, and now it usually is just kind of a real short burst of snow, and then it all melts, and it's sort of mild. We've had even into the 50s and 60s into December recently. Yeah, it could definitely. You never know what's going to happen with the weather, especially with how inaccurate the prediction is a lot of these times. Half the time they say it's not going to do something, and then it does, so. I've never been to Montana or Glacier National Park. I would love to do that. Montana is one of those ones that I missed out on last time when I headed out west, and I would love to hit that up. I might get a chance to do that this next time. I'm going to take a different direction out west, so I'm hoping to hit a few different states that I haven't been to yet. But yeah, I would love to. That'd be cool. And we have a lot of glacial activity. Well, past glacial activity here. You can see a lot of effects of that. Some of that is why Indiana has such vast flat areas, is because of the glacial activity. So I think it would be an interesting park to visit. Excuse me. Saw your first robins yesterday. Oh, like the first of the season? Yeah. My parents were mentioning something about that, how they were very early this year. But, yeah, I don't know why that is. They've been having some issues with birds recently and their migration patterns getting messed up. Been a lot of research into that. Whether it's some sort of interaction with their internal compass and like radio towers possibly, or cellular towers, or whether it's the air travel causing them stress, or potentially the sound pollution not enabling them to maybe hear familiar sounds that enables them to orient themselves in the right direction. I don't know. But yeah, there's been a lot of discussion about that recently. Yeah, I would love to go to some of the places like that. And northern Canada gets like that as well. They're about on the same parallel in some of the rural northern areas. But yeah, to go to like Siberia or something like that, or into the Arctic Circle, I think that'd be kind of interesting. That is a goal of mine to hit that pretty soon. Not necessarily Russia or northern England, or not England, Europe. I mean, but at least to make it to the Arctic Circle, I'm looking to do that in the next probably year or two. I was hoping maybe to do it this year. Did I die? Yeah, I think I died. Nope. I'm at 1%. I should just plug it in, but it's fine. I've got a backup chat, and I'll probably take a break here in a second anyway. But, yeah. You have friends up in the mountains? I think I might have missed the first part of that. In Orange, Texas, early too. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'm not paying attention to who's saying what. Yeah. So, yeah, they're early all the way up here too. So, yeah, something's strange. Oh, there we go. All right, I need another chat. Yeah, the Northern Lights are awesome. I got to see them one time. They actually occasionally they come pretty far south, into Michigan area, visible in Michigan area and Indiana area, and so I got to see them very, very faintly once, and it was just like this, almost like a wave of like greenish, where I could see it. It wasn't very colorful, but you could look up and you can every once in a while see this sort of rush of green light, just like rush over the top of your head real quick. And it was really cool. It's a very, very neat thing to see. I would love to go and experience it someplace where it was more intense and maybe get some cool photos of it. So that'd be something interesting to see here. The thing with going during the good part of the year, weather-wise, is that when you get to the Arctic Circle, it's going to be mostly day. You're not going to get a lot of nighttime hours, depending on the time of year that you go. So, it's like one of those things where they go through, a lot of times, months of darkness and then months of constant daylight. So, if you go during the part of the year where you actually can drive very easily, you're probably not going to see quite as many cool northern lights as you would during the dead of the winter, where you'd have to kind of either fly in or like use some sort of alternative method of travel. So that's the only bad thing about it. But there still might be a chance going in a slightly different direction. I had a few different plans. I was planning to do the Arctic Circle thing through Alaska and to drive through Canada and then film along the way. But there might be a possibility of just driving straight north. But I'm not really sure exactly how many. There's roads, but you never know what that exactly means until you get there in the middle of the winter and see if it actually is passable. So, obviously there's going to be some, I don't know, I might be able to go through like, I don't know if I can get to the Arctic Circle through like Newfoundland or something like that, maybe too. There's different methods of attack when it comes to getting there. But the one I was trying for again was through Alaska. In the Netherlands too. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I think it's the further south you get, it's unfortunately not as bright, but it's cool that it even makes it that far. To be able to see it at all is pretty cool, and it's still a really amazing experience. I mean, we weren't even expecting it to happen. We just happened to be. It was back at a time when I was in my car club, and we were just having a get together at one of our members' houses, and we just happened to notice something weird in the sky. It looked like a flash of light, and when I ended up looking up, I recognized it. I said, it's actually the Northern Lights, and we just kind of sat there for about half an hour watching them, and yeah, really cool experience. No matter when and how intense you get them, it's definitely worth it, no matter what. All right. Well, I might take a quick break here. I don't know what I need to charge the tablet and probably, well, I have a little bit of something left to drink here. But sorry, I'm trying to think here for just a moment. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to take a quick break here and grab something else to drink. That way I have a backup and get this tablet charging so that I can see my chat a little bit more clearly again. It's just sort of a pain being on the screen way over here, and then of course I'm always staring this way instead of right at the camera, and I feel like if I have my chat here I can sort of just glance up and down and it makes it easier. I feel like, I don't know, let me know if you're thinking it's better, if it's not better, if it's worse, whatever it might be. And also I can utilize the screen as a sort of light, which I'm going to be remedying that situation here shortly anyway. I'm going to be using some of my extra LEDs that I've acquired over the years, and I'm going to put a panel up on the side wall here that actually will have white light coming out, and then I'll be a little bit more or a little bit better lit, and won't have to rely on the white light coming from the screens, because obviously the colored lights in the room aren't doing a great job of lighting me up, so that's sort of the issue there. But thank you. Yeah, the quality should be decent. Got my iPhone streaming at really high bit rate to the computer, which is streaming at really, really high bit rate to YouTube, to the point where YouTube's like, knock it off. YouTube's currently complaining still. They're saying your connection, your bit rate is way too high. You don't need it that high, which I disagree with. I think that it absolutely should be this high, or close to this high. But yeah, so they don't really like my bandwidth, but it's working for me anyway. So, but again, you can see a clear difference if I all of a sudden minimize my darker web browser and have the mostly white background. All of a sudden my face is a little bit more clearly lit up. Obviously the microphone's in the way a little bit, but eventually I'm going to get a different mic stand, one of the ones that goes under instead of over. I feel like those are a little bit easier on the lighting situation. These tend to have some harsh shadows that are coming off of the top of the mic, and where I can kind of do it that way, but it doesn't really like it a lot. There, that's a little bit better, I guess, aside from the horrible glare. But again, if I look at my dark chat, which I don't know why it won't. For some reason, I can switch my normal YouTube between night mode and day mode, but it won't any longer allow me. And I've done everything from do it on different computers to even I recently restored my entire other computer when I got the new computer. So I wiped the old computer clean and started from scratch, and I logged into YouTube. And when I go to my YouTube studio to actually control my live stream, I can only look at night mode. And so it's kind of annoying. Even though normally I like night mode better, but for this, it makes it kind of irritating. Thank you, Patricia. I appreciate that. I've been trying. I do moisturize. I try to take care of my skin. You like the darker better? Well, that's cool. I appreciate that too. I like the darker colored background better. I do like a well-lit foreground, though, just for my own personal preferences. But I am glad that it looks good. And there are some podcasts that are fairly popular out there that do the low lighting. Like there's what is it? The Lights Out podcast or something like that, and they have only neon lighting. But I will also bring over the remotes. Although I need the tablet for my main lights. You can't see them, but I do have colored lights up here too, that can be changed. But I'll cycle through some of the colors and we'll mess around with the different lights here when I get back. Yeah, personally, I do like a more dimly lit. That is why I wanted to go with this style, and that's why I'm going to be doing like the backlit lettering. There'll be the big giant. I mean, you won't see the wood. Obviously, they'll be painted. They'll probably be painted black. But we'll have a nice big black 539 directly behind me on the wall back here, and then it'll be backlit with the colored lighting as well. And I think it'll give it a real neat aesthetic look. And then if I can just get a little bit more lighting on the plants, although maybe we'll flip on the grow light again when I get back and see just what it looks like. But yeah, I like the late night feel. That's why I really want so badly to get some of the other stuff rolling, because I really think that once we get some of the guests on the program and start talking some of the stories and doing some of the more interesting content, that it really will take off a little bit better. And I think people will enjoy it a little bit more. It won't be so kind of scatterbrained. I try my best to come up with things to talk about, but without having a dedicated sort of subject matter, it does make it a little bit harder to continue to just ramble on and on. And so yeah. So yeah, I mean, on streams like that, the questions really do help out. So if you do have any questions, obviously let me know and I'll do that. I'll dive deeper into some of the episodes if you guys want more information about anything. But yeah, like I said, I do want to get more subject-oriented episodes where we can actually have guests, and I think that'll be really interesting and healthy for the channel. I agree. I really do think that it creates an atmosphere. And again, that's always been sort of my mood that I've been trying to create. That sort of late night, almost noir type of, dimly lit, sort of dramatically lit, sort of neon-esque lighting. Yeah, and that is the aesthetic that I'm trying to go for. So, I'm just hoping to back that up with the interesting content to go along with it. But, I mean, I just got to keep trying and keep moving forward, and hopefully we get some potential takers that are interested in coming on the streams, the podcast. Yeah, I'm really big into the sort of not just films, but noir in general. That whole art it encompasses so many, such a wide variety of art. Yeah, and I love that, and that's definitely something that I look to for inspiration a lot of times. I like that sort of moody, mysterious. I'm definitely into the moodier lighting, sort of like this, it's the darkness is every bit a part of the lighting as the light is, in a sense, more sexy. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, for sure. I think that could be accurate. Noir definitely is. It definitely has that aspect to it, for sure. And yeah, I think so. I want to do, like they said, the backlit 539, and then eventually I'd like to do some sort of probably an LED rendition of a neon light that has like maybe like a cursive mystery written out on it. I've been thinking about how to do that. I could have it done custom, but I looked at some of the custom jobs, and it's sort of like a hit or miss. Either you get a really, really good one and you end up dropping a lot of money, or you get one that's like kind of, I don't know, a little bit too homemade feeling, and cheap, I guess. So I might end up trying to take a crack at it myself like I did this. I installed all this, and these go all the way. Let's see if I can. All the way up and all the way over. And they continue to go. And then all the way down. So they really are. They're cooler than they even come across from my just little straight on angle here. So, yeah, I put a lot of work into installing the tracking over the last few days, and then getting the lights, stuck in there, and then getting the diffusers cut to line up with the tracking behind it. And so it's been a pretty rough few days in getting all that done. It's very precision work, especially when you come to because of the tracks come in sections. And so they're like 3 feet long. And so sometimes you come like back here. I came up to the end of a 3-foot section, and I only had like 1.5 feet left. And so I had to cut the track down, and then I had to cut the diffuser on top of that so that it matched up too. So it's like precision cuts on top of precision cuts, and it's a 32-foot long LED string that goes all the way to the other side of the room. And eventually it's going to wrap around almost completely, not 100% of the way, but there's other areas of the command center that I will eventually fill them in here that are sort of getting set up as we speak, and it'll go over to the top of that as well. Yeah, it's LED strip lighting. Yeah, it was a 32-foot long strip. I almost did a bigger one, but I decided to do it in 2 different sections. So I'm going to do a 32-foot section, and then I'm going to have about another 25-foot section that's going to go behind. It actually goes slightly behind my setup here, as I just sort of showed you, but there's actually some that's hanging out the end. I need to get that secured and fixed here as soon as I can, but I need to get to the next set of tracking and LEDs before I can completely do that. So yeah, it's a lot of work, but eventually it will be lit up really well in here. But we'll play around with some of the lights here when I get back. I'm going to take a quick break. It won't be long, probably like 5 minutes or so, and then we'll mess around with some of the colors, when we'll make them fade through the different colors and whatnot, and just kind of try out some things. And I'll get my tablet charged up here, and yeah, if anybody has any other questions that you think about during the break, let me know, and we'll discuss some of the 539 stuff a little bit more in depth, or whatever you want to ask, any photography questions or travel questions or whatever it may be. Yeah, it's just a home office. I don't currently, eventually I'd like to rent a space that's separate, possibly, depending on, if I run out of room where I feel like I need more area for like sets. Well, if I'm doing different types of shows and I want to have like a different background for different types, eventually maybe, or if I'm having, eventually when all these restrictions are lifted and I can start having guests live, and I have more guests, where it comes to the point where I'm having maybe 2 or 3 guests on at a time, and it becomes a space issue, then eventually I will get a dedicated office space. But for right now, I'm just trying to conserve space and just work where I can. So yeah, I've just carved out this little nook here, and made a little home office where I can film and edit and do everything that I need on the back end of 539. So, yeah, and it's worked out pretty well so far. But eventually I'll probably need to upgrade. But as for right now, I think we're doing pretty well from here. Again, obviously there isn't a lot of space for like a guest. I could probably fit a guest in here. It's not as, it probably looks smaller than it really is to you guys. But I actually probably could, like this whole table here is on wheels. So I can actually move that back and sit somebody here, and I have a whole different microphone set up and everything. So I could actually have a guest here, if I so chose. But I'm not really sure if I'm gonna wait until I upgrade, or I'm not really sure. I'm just kind of playing it by ear at this point. But yeah, so far it is a work from home situation. I don't have a separate office that I go to work from or stream from, but perhaps in the future. But I kind of like it this way. A lot of people kind of feel like they need that space to kind of leave, where they feel like they're more productive, that they need to get away from home to establish that work environment / home environment. And I'm kind of the opposite of that. If I'm out on the road, that I'm out on the road and I'm in my work environment all the time because I'm traveling and I'm creating. But like, when I am here locally, and whether I'm locally traveling or I'm trying to live stream or whatever it is, I would prefer to just turn the stream off and be home, rather than turn the stream off, get all the equipment collected or cleaned or charged or whatever it may be, and then have to actually hop in the car and drive back home. I would actually rather have it set up. Like I said, when it comes to the point where I'm having guests, I would like to maybe, I don't know, I could see maybe building on a more professional feeling studio. I mean, obviously that would be a lot more expensive, but I suppose if I had the choice and I got big enough, I would try to build on a studio rather than rent. If I rent an office, if possible, but maybe as a transitional period at some point, I might do that. It might be fun. We'll see though. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break because I keep putting it off, and it'll end up being like 4 a.m, and I might as well stop streaming. But and then we'll mess around maybe with the lights for a minute and talk a little bit more about upcoming stuff or whatever questions you have, and then we'll call it a night, and there'll be another 539 episode here in about 12 to 13 hours. So, all right, I'll see all of you guys hopefully in a few minutes here. But thanks for joining me here tonight again. If you haven't given the episode or the live stream a thumbs up and you're enjoying it, please give it a thumbs up. It does help the algorithm to figure out what you guys like, and to maybe notify you a little bit sooner, as well as maybe direct a few more people over this way to the 539 experience and the mystery experience. So anyway, I'll see y'all here shortly. Be back in about 5 minutes. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Looks like we got a few new people in. Hey there, what is it, Ace Dorza? Good morning. We got Je. How you doing? Good to have you. I set my lights to just kind of scroll through the different colors. I also grabbed my grow light remote here so I could flip it on, let you guys see what it looks like. I feel like it's probably a little bit too harsh. It's super bright. It's meant for plants to grow as if they were underneath natural sunlight, so you can kind of guess as to why they're probably not the best lights. Well, I suppose arguably they could be okay lights for streams if you were going for that type of lighting. But yeah. Anyway, that's so kind of super harsh. And then again, because I'm not lit too well, it kind of makes me look a little bit weird. But I think I can turn it down, actually. Oh, that actually looks kind of cool. That's as far as it'll go, though. That's not bad. I don't know. Let me go know what you guys think. I do like how it looks on the plants, though. It makes the plants show up a lot better. It is kind of pinkish, but that's normal for grow lights. It kind of tries to target that spectrum of light that plants use the most for nutrients or for photosynthesis. Excuse me. That was kind of rough. What music was playing during the break? Hold on. I can't remember the name of the track. It is just a YouTube track that you can download for free if you have a YouTube Studio account, meaning you got a creator account. Okay, let's see. If I go into studio mode, it won't screw things up. Let's see here. On B-Back, it is... Oh, that's a rough one. It's made by an artist known as Jesse Gallagher, and it is an Italian name. Maestro. That's a rough one. I'm not up on my Italian pronunciations enough for that one. Hold on. I'll just write it in the chat. I missed that second one. Sorry for the dead air. This keyboard messes up my typing. I'm used to the big one. There. So yeah, you can have your stab at that Italian pronunciation. Tiakalel? I don't know. I think that's one of those situations like in Spanish where you have the diphthong. So, no worries. That's fine. I was more mad at my inability to type quickly. I have my main keyboard over here that's got a nice mechanical keys, and then I have the tiny little wireless keyboard on the other computer. So that's the only difficulty. And my inability to memorize all these songs. I use so many different songs, it does get rough from time to time. So I know that people are often interested in what type of music I use, and there's a lot of great artists that allow their content to be used on YouTube, either free of charge or with some sort of special contract that they have with YouTube. A lot of people that actually you see you may hear their music and not realize that you hear their music. If you watch any documentaries or you watch like television shows like 60 Minutes or things like that, you'll hear a lot of the same groups that I use in my YouTube videos, because they have released their music to YouTube for people like me to use in videos. And so groups like Jingle Punks, I'm trying to think of, I can't think of any others right now, but I know Jingle Punks is a really big one. They're in tons of movies and tons of documentaries, and they also release a portion of their library to YouTube for creators to use in their productions. And so I occasionally utilize their songs in some of my my episodes, as well as this particular person. I actually use their music quite a bit, the Jesse Gallagher. So although again their titles are somewhat interesting to read sometimes, but I'm not fluent in Italian, and so yeah. Tia Kiel, thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, the little bit of Italian that I know is music related. So I know words like crescendo and decrescendo and staccato and legato. So yeah, that's about the extent of my Italian. I know more Italian than Russian, though, so that's a plus. But I really couldn't communicate to anybody in Italian anything. I guess I could tell them to get louder, or to emphasize their words more. But other than that, that's really weird. When I have my headphones on, I can hear like a fan noise. But when I take my headphones off, there's no noise. So it's some sort of feedback. Maybe I might have too many things hooked up. Alright, hold on just a moment. Alright. Oh, yeah, I suppose a few food-related words. But I feel like I know more legitimate words based on music. I feel like going around saying, like, oh, I know pepperoni or something, and that's Italian, you know. That just seems that seems like a cop out to me. That seems, I don't know. I feel like because I've studied music for so long, I feel like those are words that normally people wouldn't. I feel like anybody could know like Italian food words, but like being an English speaker, any English speaker could know Italian food words, but unless you're into like music, you probably won't know those. Buongiorno. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I know that. Yeah, I guess I forgot. Yeah, there's probably some that I know that I've just forgotten. That's so bizarre. It's like a high pitched fan. I took my headphones off because I thought my computer was heating up too much and had kicked on the fans to high gear. And when I took my headphones off, there's no fan. But if I al dente like pasta, yeah. I know French food words. Well, not food words. I know some French phrases, like je ne sais quoi. I mean, that's a widely known one. All right, let's see if I can get the chat back up here. I wish there was a better way to do this. I probably could do it better with Studio. Oh my god. Bellissimo, yes, there you go. I can usually translate it pretty easily. Like well, not really easily, but because I took 3 years of Spanish, a lot of times I can guess. With certain words, it's pretty similar. Oh. Sorry, I'm trying to get the chat working on here. There we go. Wish I could. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Anyway, excuse me. Yeah, I used to confuse people, like sales calls and things, when people would call you without asking your phone, and then they'd like put you on hold, and I would just always I would switch between like Spanish, French, and like the little bit of like Russian, like you just throw out a few words or whatever. There we go. Okay, now it's working. Now I can actually look the appropriate way and get a little bit more light. All right, hold on. Sorry, I know it's a little bit loud. I should have muted the mic. All right. Buenas noches. I know part of that. Well, obviously, bonjour, hello. Oh, my name is Francisca, and you. That's similar to Spanish. So in Spanish, you'd say, hola. And then you'd mute your mic to do that. And then you'd say, me llamo Matt, y tú? Oh yeah, that's a good one. You could no, yeah, pretend to be a radio DJ. Yeah, I used to work at a retail outlet, retail store, and occasionally like bill collectors would call looking for different employees, and I would always get so mad, I would just be like, do you know how highly inappropriate it is for you to call people at work? Oh, it already went flat. It was a good thing I already opened the new one. I believe it's Buenos. Because it's plural. A favorite mausoleum? Um, Probably the one. I don't know necessarily a favorite, but maybe either Indianapolis, those that I visited there, or the Mausoleum Row series. Those were some of the coolest. Um, looking and aged and whatnot. Yeah, I'm actually gonna. I mean, it's been a while since I've taken any Spanish, but yeah, yeah, that's right. But anyway, all right. Yeah, that probably that. There's a few that I think would be my favorite that I haven't visited yet. There's an underground one I'm trying to go to. Yeah, if you ever make it up to central Indiana, uh, it is there. It's an interesting place. It's open to the public. Obviously, most of them are. There are a few that aren't. Yeah, the pyramid one was really interesting. I would count that one, but like the unfortunate part about that was that I couldn't even get an interior view due to all the dirt or frosting on the. I think it was a little bit of both, but it was impossible to see inside. So that was disappointing there. But yeah, it was definitely a neat one. I like finding the pyramids. Well, they're a little bit more rare. You do find them from time to time. It's not completely unusual. There was a time in American history that there was sort of this Egyptian explosion where people just were really interested in ancient Egyptian artifacts and history and pyramids, and everybody wanted to have some sort of pyramid and to have like the mausoleums and whatnot. And it's even why to this day you occasionally will find these fake Egyptian artifacts. Somebody will be digging in the middle of a farmer's field in like the middle of the American Midwest, and then they'll come upon this, supposed Egyptian artifact, and it's supposedly this baffling event where it's like, how did this get here? It couldn't possibly be here. Well, the truth is, it isn't. It's actually a replica from that time period where a lot of Americans were beginning to get interested in that subject, and so a lot of them ended up purchasing fakes, thinking that they were probably thinking that they were real themselves. They were probably also the victim in that situation. They were probably also getting scammed into thinking that they were purchasing real artifacts from ancient Egypt, and in fact they were just buying modern day replicas and then losing them, and then they're found years later. Yeah, the stained glass is really neat. I see a lot of cool stained glass. Um, some of them are more creative. Some of them are more simple. I think they're all really beautiful. It'd be something I'd love to have stained glass anywhere. I think it'd be really cool. I liked in Indianapolis the little leprechaun that I found up on the hill was really neat. Which I also I've mentioned this before, but that was a hill that David Letterman used to skateboard down. Yeah, the Mausoleum Road's really interesting. Some of them in California were really cool too, especially the ones up on the hill with that amazing view out into San Francisco Bay. Um, that was a really cool area. I really want to get back there. Um, yeah, I'm really. That's probably about it. I mean, I've done others, obviously, other locations. Um, um, there's been a few creepy ones here and they're not like creepy like in the traditional sense, I guess, but like the one at the pet cemetery where it was clearly at one time a human burial and had since been utilized to sort of um, display this memorial for a cat. So I found that kind of bizarre, but trying to think if there's. I feel like I'm missing something there too. The little the other one in Indianapolis that was really neat was on the other side of the road. It was the same facility. It was the same grounds, but there was a little tunnel going underneath the road, and on the other side was the Eternal Flame, and then there was the. Excuse me, I need to take a drink real quick. All right. But that little back in the outdoor vaults in the little corner was this sort of indoor outdoor private area. There was the main area where the outdoor vaults were, which is sort of like a little park area, almost like with benches, and that was really cool. But like there was this little sort of not really hidden, but just like this little private area down this little hallway, and it was gated off, and it had all this stained glass, and it was very much like an indoor mausoleum, but the same, and it was in a sense, it was completely covered in that area, but it was also um, the gate was the only door and anybody could open it and take a look inside, and well, obviously you could see inside, but you could walk around and if you're respectful and take a look, but other than that it was completely technically open to the weather, or at least to the elements to some degree, because just down the hallway was outside. And it's not something that's closed up at night. There's no main door that can be closed, and there's open ceilings. Even there's some coverage from the elements in certain areas, but there's it's very much outside. Yeah, the pet cemeteries are very interesting. Um, I've been to a few of them now. Some of them are more strange than others. But I find them very interesting. It's something different to check out. So I would love to do more. Yeah, a lot of mausoleums are I mean, very artistic. It's in some ways almost a shame because it's like you put something so artistic that's so expensive, and yet it's like really there's not a lot of people that are gonna end up seeing it. Because I mean, how many people make a habit of going into these places and even checking them out? So a lot of people miss out on it, and they are incredible. And if you think if places like that existed in other aspects and other areas, for some other reason, you would think people would be attracted to visit them more often. Um, I mean, it'd be amazing to just see some restaurant on the side of the road, some tiny little restaurant, and something that looked like, one of these amazing mausoleums, that would attract people. And yet, all this money is spent on designing these things in these areas, and not a lot of people see them over time. Well, there's still places that I know of that I haven't been to film, at the very least, that are even more epic than what I've been to. Um, there's still some stuff I'm trying to get to that are just amazing and will just blow anything out of the water that we've ever been to on the channel. So I mean, I'm really hoping that this year goes a lot better with the travel. I mean, because there's so many cool places that just I mean, even with the mausoleums, like I was saying, like there's an underground one that I want to visit. There's a couple subterranean places that I want to visit that I know of, um, and what's weird is they're more common than what people think, and I think they exist in a lot of places that people don't realize that they do, and there's these interesting. I kind of want to save it. I don't know. I might talk about it later, maybe in an upcoming stream. But like it's very common to have completely hidden, especially in downtown areas of cities, to have completely hidden underground sort of mausoleums. Not really mausoleums, but vaults, and it's very common, and not a lot of people know about them. I wouldn't say not a lot of people. I'd say a decent amount of people know about them, but there's also a very high percentage of the population that have just driven right by and never even known. And I'm hoping to get to film at least one of those at some point. That made a weird effect. Yeah, that's very true, Francisca. Yeah, not very many people visit just to visit. I think it just depends on where you go. Some places have different laws, and then but I feel like there's probably a few here and there. It might just be harder to find. But I mean, arguably, Europe's had a lot more history with those type of structures, at least architecturally. Maybe not necessarily mausoleums. So, I mean, obviously America had a late start on that type. I mean, we are, the type of stuff that I'm looking at is very much European style architecture. So, I mean, there's probably something. Hey there, Bass. Welcome. Good to have you. Yeah, I figure it just, it depends on where you go. I would assume in bigger cities, like, I would think in, like, places like in France and, like, Paris, you would have, um, some, some mausoleums. I would think the same for London. There's got to be some mausoleums around the outskirts of London somewhere or something like that. So yeah, excuse me. I don't know why I'm getting stuffy tonight. So yeah, I would love to make it over to some of those places too. There's a lot of interesting places to film. I would love to do. I mean, as cliche as it would be, every explorer that goes to Paris does the catacombs, but I think I would have to do the catacombs. Actually, even my friend um, Michael, which he just changed his. I think it's Glowing Ghost Paranormal now. Is that what it is? I can't remember exactly. I'll have to look it up. But he recently did the catacombs while he was in Paris. So, but yeah, I think I would have to do that, and then at least hit up a few locations that weren't on the mainstream maps. But I feel like it's one of those. There's some places that you just have to do when you're there, just because it's something to check off. Brussels has. I'm assuming we're talking about probably one of the larger style mausoleums. But I mean, obviously there's the little private family ones too. I'm sure that there has to be plenty of families in Europe that have decided, even if they're just modern day people that are copying off of, maybe even some of the stuff they've seen in America. I would assume that there's some of that too. That's the throwing of bones. That sounds very creepy. I mean, I know what the catacombs look like in the sense that it is covered in bones, and a lot of times you're having to crawl through them if you're going through certain passages or whatnot. But yeah, yeah. I suppose, I mean, if you're gonna experience it, you gotta experience it. So. Oh. I'm guessing my power brick just died. Yep, there we went. My tablet stopped charging all of a sudden. Well, we got it to 15% at least. We'll get a little bit more time. By that time, it'll probably be about time to call it quits. Oh, really? Well, that's good to hear. I'm always happy when I have some hand in inspiring somebody to, get interested in a certain subject, whether it's travel or exploring or history or even the mausoleums and all that. So that's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm hoping to do some more big places again with stuff like that. Um, Obviously, yeah. I guess I forgot to mention the Toledo was pretty good too. Or. Oh, I don't know if I've ever seen that in any of the videos. That's interesting. Maybe I have and I just don't remember. That seems like that would have stood out though. But yeah, the Ohio ones were really neat. Aside from getting distracted at that weird Jeep driving around. But that had some of the most epic ones, and like the big marble one, the two-sided, that it had two different doors and they were two completely separate sections which were not, they weren't accessible, which I couldn't figure out why, because it seemed like it must have been a collaborative effort. It wasn't like it was a public place where anybody could utilize it and purchase a vault. It was definitely a private mausoleum, but it was some sort of collaborative effort between two different families. But there was no connection between the two different rooms. So it was an immensely large mausoleum and one of the craziest that I've ever seen. So, yeah, I can't count out Ohio. Ohio had some really interesting ones too. And those were multiple part series as well. So, I mean, that was a lot of really interesting ones. I feel like most big cities have something like that. That'd be interesting to check out. There was one I missed in Alabama while I was there. That looked incredibly interesting. Had some really fascinating looking decay, and something I really wanted to visit, but I had to get back and do the editing thing. So at some point you have to call it quits and start editing. I don't know that I liked the California trip, but the one thing I regretted about it was that despite the fact that I took my computer with me, I decided against editing, and so I had a big long break, which probably didn't help the channel out very much. So, but yeah, at a certain point, you gotta come back and do some editing, or you gotta edit on the road. And I prefer editing here. I'm not a big road. I know some people are like when I get done filming for the day, like I like to work hard and I like to travel long distances, and I it's like the one time I know I traveled or walked 8+ miles in one day just filming, and I mean that's not a heck of a lot, but I mean it's a pretty good distance, and so I like to go out and work hard filming and then come back and relax. I don't know how. I mean, and they don't is the real answer. What I'm saying is that a lot of these people come back and then they sort of burn the midnight oil, and then they stay up till 3-4 in the morning editing, and then then they get up the next day and they go out and they film again, and they stay up all night editing, and then they keep doing this and doing this, and then they end up having burnout, and then they take these really long breaks, or they end up quitting altogether because they just hate what they do, and I just don't think that's healthy. And so I tend to just take trips and get as much filming in as possible, especially if I'm staying overnight somewhere, and just do as much filming as possible during the day to the point where I feel satisfied and that I have multiple days worth of episode, multiple weeks worth of episodes essentially, and then go back and relax, and then when I get back to the command center, I'll download or offload everything onto my computer and start the editing process. And I feel like too, it also, I mean, it's like I do want to edit it when it's fresh in my mind still, but at the same time, giving it a little bit of time to sit sort of gives you time to process and think about the direction that you want to take the production, and how you want to edit it, and how you want it to feel, what kind of style you want to use, and so it gives you time to think about that. And I think that if you just rush into it that same day, just open it up and start editing, you're gonna get a completely different production. You're gonna get something that feels somewhat rushed, and not that that's always the wrong thing to do, but I don't think it's always the right thing to do either. And I think it's more often better to wait and still do it, in a relatively short amount of time. Don't, sit and let it wait 6 months. Obviously you're going to lose some of it, and you're going to, have to take time to kind of go back there in your headspace and figure out, what you were thinking, what you were feeling, what you were seeing. And so, there is a balance, but I feel like you're asking for burnout when you edit like some of these people do. And so I generally try not to edit on the road. But yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with taking a break at all. But I think there's something to be said against, you should pace yourself rather than running into a brick wall. So I think that's the key. You're not going to have to take that break. As somebody who's been a YouTuber for 5 years now, you're not going to have to take that break if you just pace yourself a little bit. When you start rushing things, that's when, when you start working, 16, 17 hours a day, and and I've done stuff like that. I've done the, get up, work, go to bed, get 4 hours of sleep, wake up, work, and to a certain extent, I still work pretty hard. It's obviously this year it's been weird, and so it's been different. But most of my life is spent concentrating on this whole thing, and in one aspect or another, whether it's working in the background, or planning for the future. Well, that is background work, but or filming or whatever it may be, or live streaming. Most of my life revolves around this, and so it can come to a point of burning out real quick. Yeah, then that's my goal, is to make it feel like you guys are there with me. Yeah, I agree, Bass. Yeah, um, I gotta feel satisfied. I have a real hard time putting out a product that I'm not satisfied with myself. You know, I feel like a lot of my episodes, at the end of the day, I can sit down and watch them and enjoy to a certain degree watching it. And if I can't, then I really don't want to put that out. I those Either those are the episodes that I end up not putting out, or those are the episodes that I ended up not really feeling good about. Um, so yeah, at the end of the day, I do try to, as weird as it sounds, to enjoy watching yourself do something on screen. Like, and it is a different type of it's not like I would choose as an entertainment option of the night to go back and watch my old videos. And maybe to a certain degree sometimes, depending on what it was and why I'm doing it. But like at the same time, it is me, but at the same time, like, there is a certain degree of liking it to, like, it's like, okay, well, these were really great shots. I really captured the trip really well this time. I got great angles. I like the feeling of it. The I was able to convey the feeling, whether it's the feeling of that mysterious nature of being somewhere where you're not quite sure exactly what the history of the place is, or why it's gotten to that state that it's in, or you're trying to convey that sense of excitement, or that sense of like awe when you get to the top of a mountain and you're staring face to face with this view, and you can see for miles and miles around you, but yet you're trying to convey that feeling through a lens and through a video. And so it can be difficult. And I want to look at it and I want to feel like in some way I'm taken back to that moment and feel similar to the way I felt when I was there, and that I can convey that feeling to the audience. Thank you, Brenda. I appreciate that. Yeah, I feel like sometimes maybe YouTube doesn't appreciate it as much as I would like. The algorithm, for whatever reason, isn't trained to look at quality. I think that's somewhat unfortunate. I do try to have some high standard of, I want it to look like. I feel like my goal is, if I feel like that it could be potentially on TV, and that people would look at it and be like, yeah, this is just another show. And, and I don't think I'm quite there yet. I do feel like I have a little ways to go, but like, to a certain degree, I feel like I am capable of creating a program that feels like a program, as well as feeling like, an exploration of a certain area. It's, so I do feel like I've established or accomplished some level of production value that I can recreate on a regular basis, and it's something I've worked hard to get to, and so yeah, but that's kind of what I go for. If I look at it and I feel like, yeah, this feels like a something I could watch, and it feels like an episode. It feels like, a story start to finish. It feels like something that could be on, like I said, like on a TV show or something. You could be flipping the channels and randomly come out. That's kind of what I want to. Not necessarily the style, because I don't agree with a lot of the style of television. I think a lot of the production styles of modern television have gone downhill in a lot of ways. They're like reality television and stuff like that, and how every intro to every television show is like super long now. It's like 2-3 minute long musical intros, and that always drives me nuts. But a certain level of professional, professional editing, I feel like. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. I try. I really do, and I'm learning every day. Like I said, before and past streams, photography has always been my specialty. Videography and content production on YouTube and online in general is something that's, not new. Obviously, now I've been doing it for over 5 years, and I did it off and on as a hobby before that. I've always been messing around with one way or another in video in my spare time, but I've always concentrated on photography, and I've worked in photography for much longer. But yeah, I feel like I'm getting better. I feel like I can say I'm almost advanced. With a little bit bigger of a budget, I could probably achieve something that's spot on with a regular television program. I wouldn't say I'm good with 3D graphics or anything like that, but I can hang with certain types of productions. Yeah, I find myself, I rarely watch television, or I watch it to a certain degree, but I watch YouTube more than anything now. I honestly, especially some of the higher level productions out there, I find it way more interesting. I find it's a more creative space. It's not to knock on television, I do like some sitcoms and things like that, but it's they're almost cookie cutter anymore, and that it's the same sitcom with different characters and a slightly different storyline, but it's the same multi-camera, fake audience, fake laugh track, the same one-liner jokes, one line, wait for the laugh, move on to the next line, wait for the laugh, and some of them almost get to the point where it's ridiculous, where every line is a one line. Like there's one specific show, I can't even remember what it is, and I like the actors that play in it, and that's the sad part, but it's literally every line is a one-liner. It's say line, wait for laugh. Say line, wait for laugh. Say line, wait for laugh. And it's so annoying because it's so obvious. And I think it ruins the entire show. But yeah, I think it's become stale. And it's funny because, mainstream productions often notably make fun of YouTube for being this bizarre, strange, almost uncreative environment. And really, I think it's almost this sort of jealousy in the fact that it's like these people with their little at-home productions are often getting such massive audiences that the television networks are literally jealous, when there's some YouTubers that literally can go against primetime television. Their numbers are good enough during a single day that they can compete with primetime television. And so obviously they're somewhat scared, and so and you can tell because they lash out at YouTubers so often, but yet they utilize the space so much, and their stuff. It's like, how many late night hosts, if you watch late night television and then you watch YouTube, all these, like, a lot of these late night television, a lot of these things that they're doing, these games that they're playing, these little challenges that they're doing, all came from YouTube first. And they're even now, James Corden now, like a lot of Twitch streamers, like I have a Stream Deck over here and I can hit different buttons and I can set it up so that if I hit a different button, I could play a sound effect. And it's gotten very, very popular on Twitch and on YouTube, too, to have these soundboards that you can... Not that it's a new thing. It's not it didn't come from Twitch or YouTube, but it became much more popular recently. It exploded recently with a lot of these streamers. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, James Corden has a soundboard now. And he plays these very YouTube, Twitch-esque sounds at certain very YouTube comedic points in his broadcast, and he hits these sound effects, and it very much feels like a YouTube or Twitch podcast in many ways, and I can guarantee you that a lot of that inspiration came from there, and a lot of these games that they play with their celebrity host or their celebrity guest are directly copied from a YouTuber that had been doing it possibly even for years, so it's very interesting to see how they're so quick a lot of times to make fun of YouTube and YouTubers, and then utilize not only the platform, but directly utilize or a copy off of, or a parody at the very least, these top accounts and what they're doing. So yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, I try. Like I said, I try to keep a high quality. And, at the end of the day, I try to do stuff that I'm satisfied with. And I feel like I do try to hold myself to a high standard. I think that it's good to hold yourself to a standard where you're willing to work on something to completion and then still delete it because you're not satisfied that it was interesting enough. And I've done that, and I feel like that is part of what makes me know that I'm getting better and that I'm good at what I do, is because I can spend 5, 6, 7 hours, plus working on something and then just give it up because, if it's just not there, it's just not there. And if it's not going to work, it's not going to work and I'm not going to release it. I got to be happy with it myself. Good night, Jade. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being here. But yeah, I hate to sit here and ring my own bell and play my own horn, whatever you want to say. But yeah, it is important to me. Quality is definitely important. We'll end it with that. With that being said, I am trying to upgrade the quality. I'm going to be upgrading things once again here, probably over the next few weeks. I'm really just I want to get out and get a few episodes filmed so that I have a little bit of a backstock again, so that I can actually have time to migrate to a new editor. Not a new edit. Obviously I'm going to be editing, but a new editing software, I should say. So I really want a couple weeks to just try stuff, to be able to mess up, essentially, to go out and film a few episodes, specifically for to basically to go out and film a few episodes that I'm going to use to edit with my old software, and then upload and have that ready for all of you, and then go out again and have a few episodes. Sorry, that sounded like a big thud. Okay, we're all good. But yeah, I know, to give myself essentially a few weeks to get used to the software and to maybe make a few mistakes and have to redo an episode or two, or start over, or not necessarily start over, but to continue to backtrack, because obviously I'm gonna be learning a lot of new things, and the software I'm going to be moving to is so much more capable that it's going to be quite a step up. So yeah, I agree, Francisca. Absolutely. That's kind of my thing. There's definitely been a few episodes out there that, I've gotten from start to finish. And, even to the point of there's even been some things that I've uploaded, and then it's I'm not satisfied with it. I'm not satisfied with the direction it's going or how it's performing. And so, my instinct is, get rid of it, take it down. If people don't want to watch it, then, let's not keep it up and let it, screw with my numbers. So, and I don't think that's always the answer. Sometimes, obviously, you want to leave things up because I like it. Some things I leave up because it's something that I like, and if I can, as the creator, if I can influence my audience to, be open to that sort of creation, then I'm going to leave that up because, that's the direction, that I want the channel to take. And so if it's something that's important to me, then I will for sure, leave it, even if it doesn't do as well as I'd like it to. For instance, a lot of the stuff when I filmed in Idaho, I was very impressed with how those episodes turned out. I was incredibly happy with them. I thought the content was amazing. We were in this very unique location that almost no one had ever filmed in before. There was almost no other, not to say that it hadn't been, but almost no other YouTubers had ever been there before. And yet it didn't really do that well. And some of the stuff in Nevada I found was incredibly interesting, but those didn't do incredibly well. Although the stuff from San Francisco, though, the stuff that I thought I thought it was incredibly interesting, but I didn't think it would do as well as some of my other stuff, and it ended up outperforming a lot of them. I think a few of those episodes are well in the hundreds of thousands of hits. So I don't know. It's hard to predict. I'm probably gonna go with Adobe Premiere. I know there's a few different ways of thinking, but I've always been an Adobe guy. I'm obviously big into Photoshop, so yeah, I'm gonna stick with Adobe. All right, I don't know if it's getting too late for everybody or what. I know I have a pretty widespread audience. I'm willing to go for a little bit longer. I was thinking about maybe doing a marathon stream here soon. I gotta catch up on episodes for 539. I can't ignore 539. And I've been neglecting it way too much recently anyway, with everything going on this past year. It's just, it's been rough to try and keep everything running. But once I get caught up, I was thinking about maybe doing a marathon stream, if I can figure out a good way to do like a dual stream, just seeing if we can go for like 24 hours, like I was talking about before. But again, I do want to have some sort of content, and I feel like if there's not a lot of people interested in the Discord, or if there's not a lot of people, or if there's not a lot of, I'm hearing weird noises. I think it's the weather. I hope. Anyway. Yeah. 9:40 a.m. in Belgium. Yeah, that's not bad. It is 3:41 a.m. here. Oh, I just got an alert, though. It might be the weather. There is a winter weather alert. I just checked the weather and it said there was going to be no snow tonight, and now it's alerting me. 10 minutes ago, it alerted me that there's a storm on the way. We might be in for something. If we get a nice storm, I'll definitely be out in it and doing some live streaming. There's always one thing I've always been impressed with, is the diversity of our audience. Like, we have people from such a wide variety of different countries and states. Hey there, Amy. Yeah, I'll stay on for a little bit here. I'm a night person anyway. I do have to get up and actually finish editing so I can have an episode out tomorrow or today. But I am not tired, and I do feel like I've been wanting so much to be productive and I know this isn't the most productive thing to do, but coming on and hanging out is definitely something. I know it is kind of hanging out, but it also is a form of work for me, and to be able to connect with everybody and answer questions or whatever. But it's kind of a little bit of both, I guess. It's leisure, but it's also working in a way. But I've been really anxious to be productive recently, and it's just like I said, with the fluctuation with it gets cold and snows and then warms up and melts and then rains a little bit and then gets cold and snows and then warms up and melts and then rains a little bit. And that's when the progress of like the last like 3, 4, 5 winters almost. I had a few lucky winters over my YouTube career where we had a lot of cool snow and whatnot. We've had a few things this year that I probably could have caught if I was a little bit quicker. But lately, though, the winters have just been so rotten. It's just like I said, it's just muddy, nasty, and it's the worst. It could be hot and it would be fine. It could be super cold and it'd be fine. And it's just right in the middle where it's just like I said, it's like if you drive through it, you get stuck. If you walk through it, you get stuck, and it's nothing but dragging clay, and it's horrible, and it's just made it terrible recently. And am I missing? Thank you, Bass. Oh, we got a couple Texas people. We just got such a wide variety of people in here. Thank you, Francisca. I appreciate it, Brenda. But yeah, I mean, I really want to be productive, and I really have such a desire to hop on. And a lot of times it just comes down to like what I said. I have such a strong desire to create new types of content, and to create content that I'm passionate about. And with things being somewhat slow here, and with the whole podcast idea and like the alt culture and the tattoo stuff and all that, it's like it's going slow, and so it's like my thoughts go back to do I go live and just do the same thing and just do the same old hangout stream that I always do, or do I wait and see if this plays out where I can get a few good guests and then actually do the full on podcast and a lot of times recently, it's just been frustrating. So it's like, I end up not streaming because it's like I feel like I'm doing the same thing over and over. But it's like the desire, since it's just been such a crazy year and I haven't got a lot done, it's like the desire is there to just be productive again, to wake up, start working, find as much, as I can do, and just make a go of it. Like I'm saying, this is gonna be, it's like my thought in my head is, this is gonna be the year, we're gonna really hit this hard. We're gonna stream every other day. We're gonna go out and film as much as possible. I'm just gonna really, come back exhausted, and try to be exhausted every night because I've worked so hard during the day. But then you get to that point where it's like, well, like I said, where you're planning something out, but it's not going as quickly as you want, and so it's like, well, I could be productive, but when I'm productive, I'm just going to be doing the same thing that I've done 100 times before. So it is kind of mentally a struggle too sometimes. So that's kind of where I am with all that, because again, I'm really wanting to move it forward, and it's not moving forward as quickly as I'd like. Not that I'm complaining. I don't mind doing these at all. It's not that I don't like it. It's just the desire to fulfill the creation that I'm trying to accomplish, but being struck down by not having enough contacts and Well, just, yeah, that and just recent things making things more complex. Oh yeah, the YouTube automatic subtitles are horrible. But yeah, they actually YouTube I think especially in Europe just passed a I don't know if it was a policy. I don't think it was a law, but it was a policy. I think at YouTube as a business, where certain if videos are in a certain category, um, the subtitles are turned on automatically now. So there's a certain amount of automatic subtitling. I'm not sure what all the guidelines are. But yeah, they're not very good right now at the automatic. The where YouTube sort of tries to guess at what you're saying and then translate it to whatever language. And YouTube's that particular algorithm is not very good at guessing, which is really weird because YouTube has some really amazing voice software, voice vocal recognition software, which is actually freely available to the public. You can sort of utilize it in your programming. You can, instead of creating your own vocal recognition system and having to train it, you can directly tap into the Google API and utilize their amazing vocal recognition system. But I guess they just don't. I don't know if it's just harder at doing it with the stream or well, it doesn't work very well for regular videos either, though. So I don't know what it is, but like that side, if you use it for your own personal programming, it works pretty well. And I've seen people use it, even on YouTubers use it for certain vocal recognition stuff that they were working on. And when it comes to YouTube, though, its own utilizing its own software, essentially Google's own software. Or maybe they aren't using. Maybe it's using its own. Maybe YouTube has its own proprietary, and they're not using the larger umbrella Google software. So I don't know, but yeah, for some reason it cannot figure out what people are saying. Even if and then this is a decent microphone too. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's funny to watch. I need to get, unfortunately, it is rough. I can manually add for every single episode the subtitles. I have to upload like a little text document with like, I think it's like basically like timestamps and it's a process, and so you have to do it manually for every single video. I do allow people to submit, so if anybody's, I guess, I mean, I don't expect anybody to do that, but I do allow some amount of submissions until it gets abused, and then I'm going to shut it off. But if anybody does want to help out and submit a small translation or whatever, you can do that. Although saying that, I see it from my end, but I don't actually know how you do it from anybody else's end. But if somebody's interested, they could translate an episode to any language they choose, and then it'll be, I believe I have to approve it, but once it's approved, it would be available. But yeah, the audio is just terrible, and until I have a big enough production to actually have a support staff and have somebody that's capable of doing that, then it's just not going to be very possible for me to do it, especially to multiple languages. Like, I could probably argue that, I living in America and having more, because of the way the algorithm works, obviously it promotes people regionally, a lot of times, and so probably more people in America tend to get promoted my videos. I could probably argue that like Spanish would be something that I could do very effectively, but when we start getting into like, all these random, European languages or African languages or Asian languages, and then it starts getting super complex, and unless I have a support staff of a few people, there's no way I'm going to be able to accomplish that. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, until either I have a staff or YouTube is better at translating, then it's just always going to be that way. So, yeah, that's that. That's unfortunate, but it's funny sometimes, though. It is enjoyable sometimes just to turn them on just to see what YouTube's going to think people are saying. Even if it's just English to English. Like the English to English subtitles, the auto-generated, are terrible. It can't even figure out what it's saying in your own native language, let alone translating it to another language. Because, yeah, I've tried with I think I tried like a Russian video not too long ago, and it would try every few words, and then it would just it would like think it was a name, and so in the middle of a sentence, it would just be this string of random characters because it assumed that must be a Russian name or something, and so it would get it wrong. But I mean, I get it. I mean, if someone were, going to tell me to, from scratch, create a bit of software which is going to listen to what somebody's saying, determine what language it is, and then translate it to whatever language that the viewer chooses, that's incredibly complex. So, I mean, I got to give it to him for at least trying. And on top of that, when you're not only telling the software, then, if you remember back in the day, a lot of people probably don't because they didn't utilize it, but back in the day, you had to program, you had to like sit there and like, I mean, to a certain degree, you can still do that, but like a lot of stuff required you to sit there and like talk to it for it to like learn what you sound like. And now a lot of times, like, when it comes to like a lot of these recognition softwares like Siri or whatever, it can just understand anyone, and the thought that it can understand how different people talk, and everybody talks a little bit differently, that's incredibly complex. And so I got to give it to him. But at the same time, I will say that if I pull out Siri and I were to like turn Siri on and let it listen to a video, Siri will get most of it right. Whereas the YouTube, whatever this YouTube thing is, whatever software they're using for that specific thing, it doesn't tend to get it. And the same thing with like an Android, like the Android phone, like an actual Google software. If you use Google, the Hey, I can't say it because my tablet is, but Hey, then you say Google, it will get most of it right, but the internal YouTube software, for whatever reason, cannot understand. So it's kind of weird. Because it seems like it would be so much easier to get it straight from the source than listening from speaker to microphone. So it's pretty sad that both Android and Apple phones, iPhones, can sit and listen to a YouTube video and do a more accurate translation, a more accurate, obviously English to English translation than what YouTube's own software, which is, it doesn't have to listen to anything it doesn't have to worry about the quality of the microphone or the quality of the speakers. It's just straight up hearing the direct audio from the file itself. It's able to go and look at the data in the audio file, and it's not able to do as good of a job as Siri just listening to the TV. So I find that very interesting. Yeah, that's quite a few languages there. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So yeah. But I hate to just sit here and rail on YouTube for a live stream. But I do have a few issues here and there. They make a few things rough that they don't have to. And it's unfortunate, but we'll get there. Makes me want to take another quick break and check the weather. I can't exactly see through all my privacy shielding on my window here. So it's difficult to actually see what's going on. Oh wait, maybe I can do live weather. Well, I'm really not a fan of this program, or this app. What are we doing? Well, there's a warning, but nothing else. Still saying it's cloudy. I'm not hearing anything like there's anything hitting the window. I hate to pause the entire stream, but it is getting kind of late anyway. I don't know. We'll keep going for a little bit. I'm not going to go super late. Maybe it's coming from the south. They gave me an alert from a different city that's a few hours south of me. And it had a winter weather advisory at almost 3 o'clock in the morning. And then I got an advisory from my from my direct area at 3:30 a.m. saying that I was under an advisory. I don't know. I'm confused. But again, if we get a good winter storm here and a good amount of accumulation and it looks cool, I'll probably I swear maybe at the end of the stream I'm going to go check on some, because I swear there's more going on right now. I'm just hearing noises. Anyway, not to scare anybody. I'm sure it's nothing. Where was I? So, yeah, if the storm comes, then I'll definitely live stream it. So, we'll see. We're kind of due for a good one, though. It's been a while since we've had a really bad winter storm that has a lot of accumulation. So I would say, like, we're past due. Why will that not? All right. They're saying we could get up to like 8 inches. And with the wind, that could cause blizzard-like conditions. So it is possible. I think the last time we were technically in a blizzard, there was only like 10 inches of accumulation, but with like the wind drift, there was like 10 feet deep like sections, and so like a lot of the roads were closed, but like in reality there wasn't that much snowfall, which is what happens a lot of times. A lot of blizzards are actually more blowing snow, but then they are actual accumulation. So you can have like a blizzard that has technically only 8 inches of accumulation because you have like huge gust of winds that blow the snow into huge piles. Yeah, I think a lot of areas are supposed to be getting hit. So we'll have to see what happens here. I mean, I hate to hope that something happens, but I mean, it would be kind of interesting to get out there in the deeper snow and try and do a live stream. I think it'd be fun. I do know that there's some challenges and obviously some people out there that suffer during storms like that. So, I mean, obviously I want to hope the best for everybody out there, but it would be really kind of interesting to get out there in the deep snow and do some stuff. Yeah, I suppose there's always some snow somewhere. Yeah, the drifting snow is often the most dangerous. Drifting snow and then the snow directly on people's roofs, because you have situations where things can cave in. And they definitely do around here. It definitely happens. But like I said, it's been such a long time since we've had a significant amount of snow that we haven't really been in much danger. We just have more, in the recent years, it's just been more really, really short, somewhat intense, but like, it's like there's not enough time. It's like it'll be like 1 to 2 days where it'll snow really hard, and then it'll be like 45 the next day, and then it'll all melt. And then it'll rain the next day, like I said. So it's really bizarre. I shouldn't say bizarre. It's not bizarre, but it's a lot different than what it used to be. "11 cities on ice skates." That'd be kind of cool. Is that a overland, or would that be a river? Would you be like ice skating down the river to 11 different cities, or would it be? Because I know like in certain areas it gets cold enough, even like in the U.S., like well, obviously up in like Alaska, where you could like, I suppose if there was a certain level of ice on the roads, you could probably see like someone like putting some ice skates on and using it like an ice rink. That'd be kind of interesting. So, yeah, I mean, interesting to, but yeah, I'm surprised that no one does anything like that around here. I mean, people are always ice skating, even on natural ponds and stuff, especially in the Midwest. Like, I mean, that's almost a part of life. So I wouldn't be surprised if. I mean, there are certain areas that I've seen people do videos of like long distance ice skating on like certain lakes and things like that. But nothing like that. That's really interesting though. Yeah, okay, rivers. So yeah, though maybe, depending on the weather, we'll head out and do a little bit of a snowstorm stream. I'll have to strap or cover up, the camera. We'll have to put it in like a plastic bag or something. I should probably actually get a full-on professional weather-resistant cover for the phone, as well as some of my cameras. That's probably the next step. Despite the fact I've been complaining about the weather, I do actually enjoy getting out, especially the super snowy weather. I actually like to get out in that. It's like I said, it's the in-between that really bugs me. But yeah, it's just been so few and far between, the snowstorms or the snow at all, that it's like you wake up and it's like, oh, I should have gone out today maybe, and then by the end of the day it's already starting to melt, and then by the next day it's almost all gone, and then by the next day it's just pure mud, and then you're sort of, it's like, especially with like some of the cemetery videos, it's like I almost can't even go because it's like I'm gonna end up doing more damage, or I'm not gonna feel like I'm being very respectful, and so it's like it makes it real rough. But I don't want to get back into complaining about that. But yeah, I'm kind of maybe hoping for a decent amount of snow so we can get some interesting stuff. It'll make filming a little bit more difficult, but I think that it might just mean getting out and doing a little bit more hiking, and even though it's a road, it might be better to just stop in the middle of the road and throw it in park and get out and walk and avoid getting stuck. But I hate to put a pause on what's making a decent series, I feel like. So I'm going to try and get out there, and hopefully we'll capture it live if it becomes something. But anymore, I have a hard time trusting the weather. Every time they say something's going to happen, it seems like it never does. So they're saying it's going to have, a snowstorm with a lot of accumulation, so I'm kind of expecting it to be relatively warm and have nothing at all. So I really don't know. So we'll see what happens, I guess. But I'll definitely keep you guys updated. I forgot to post my photos on Instagram today too. That sucks. And I'll have some new stuff on Instagram tomorrow, or in a few hours. I'm really pushing it. I should actually sign off here because I need, if I'm going to get an episode up today, then I need to still get some sleep and actually get up and finish. Otherwise, I'm going to get absolutely nothing done. So this could be rough. It's going to be a rough day. So you'll have to forgive me if it ends up somehow coming out Sunday. But I'm gonna work my best to get it. Since we're in the Midwest and it's Eastern time zone, it's okay to release it a little bit later, because if I say release it at like 9 o'clock or like 8 o'clock at night, then people on the West Coast are like 4 hours, 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours behind right now. And so, it's not that late for them. And so it actually might make it technically a little bit better, because, it's like, as people are coming home for the night in each time zone, then on my end, the views pick up, so to sort of stagger it, as in a sense, that would be what that would be, like, to stagger it by releasing later. So you get the Midwestern people, and then the Central people, and then the West Coast people, if that makes sense. So if I can do that, I will. if I, for whatever reason, can't fight sleep and end up waking up at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon because I haven't gotten to sleep until 6 o'clock, which is probably what's going to happen because I don't know about all of you guys, but whenever I do any sort of work whatsoever, anything I'm concentrating on, especially streaming, I have to decompress. So, like, this is about, whenever I hit end stream, that's about a 2-hour decompression. Like, I won't be asleep until at least 6 or 6:30. Like, at the very least, if I end right now. If I got really lucky, I guess. But, like, it wouldn't matter how tired I am. I can be physically exhausted, emotionally exhausted. I have to have some level of decompression afterwards before I just go to bed. So it'll be like sit in front of the TV for a little while, decompress for a little bit, and then go to bed. So, yeah, I should probably actually sign off here pretty quickly so that I can still have a chance at getting a new episode up tomorrow, but at the very least it would be Sunday. I'm definitely going to have something. But again, as I always say, if you haven't, check out the Instagram. I think you guys will like all the still photos. It is kind of my it is kind of my specialty. Something that I've been doing longer than I've been doing YouTube, and something that I'm quite proud of a lot of times anyway. But I have quite a few photos up on Instagram. If it's something that you haven't checked out yet, from many of my travels over the years, whether it's the California travels or the out west in general, Nevada, California, Idaho, whether it's Kentucky, Tennessee, there's just, there's got to be going on several thousand photos. I know I have well over 1,000. I don't know if I've hit the 2,000 mark yet, but we're heading that way. So definitely check out the Instagram. I'm posting on there almost during normal times almost every day. It's been rough during, obviously, the last year. But I'm still been pretty active, especially recently, with both food photos and travel photos. And so it's sort of a mix. It's just my photography in general is what you can expect. I don't really try to make it travel only. It is somewhat travel oriented, but like I said, I do travel. I do nature photos, obviously just regular hiking photos and nature and that sort of thing. And then obviously I do other types of photography as well, like the food stuff. And so and there'll be some other random stuff that comes up here and there. Sometimes I do the selfies, not very often. It's not filled with very many selfies. But occasionally I do like to do, I would say, more self-portraits. I don't put many selfies up, but I do occasionally do self-portraits. Yeah, but again, I encourage you to check it out. It really is my forte, and stuff I am pretty proud of. So I'm sure there'll be a few more self-portraits up there at some point. Oh, did I lose my... No, I didn't lose my tablet. It just froze up on me for a second. All right. But yeah. I don't know what's behind the door. It's pretty much sealed. Like, it's like welded. There's not even a doorknob on it anymore. It's not locked. There's no chain. There's no keyhole. There's no nothing. It's just like completely... There's another one not too far away from it too. So yeah, I'm not sure where it leads. I have no idea. It'd be interesting to get inside, but there's no real way to do it. But it made a cool photo though. I really liked how the photos turned out. I think I have another one that I haven't released of it, but I'll be back in that area at some point here shortly, and maybe taking some more photos of some of the structures in that area. So, yeah, if I can get a view of what's behind it. But yeah, it was kind of mysterious, and it just kind of, it looks like it's just been sealed shut, maybe welded shut, and then left. So I don't think that anybody could open it if they wanted to, unless they had a plasma torch and just like literally just cut it open. So makes it kind of interesting. And again, there's been so many weird things going on in that area, like the reservoirs all being drained right now. And I thought to myself, well, maybe it's just a seasonal thing. But then I remembered that it was always a big news story whenever the reservoirs were drained like that. And now they've been drained like that. Because I remember reading a news story and it said that the reservoir, one of the times that I had gone to visit the ghost town, the Monument City, and there had been a news article that had come out saying that the level of the water was at its lowest that it had been in 20 years, to the point where people could walk out and see the structures where they used to be, like you can see in some of my episodes. And so it's such an unusual event that it was a news story, that the levels of the reservoir were that low. And now, for about the last month and a half, the level of of several different reservoirs in the area have all been drained completely down to their original. You can see where their original river was. And so it's been very odd, and I don't know. I haven't seen any news stories pop up. Maybe I need to do a little bit more research, but it's been very odd. It's almost like there's got to be a reasoning behind it, because it's unusual. They don't usually do this. It's not like it's wintertime, drain the reservoir. And it's more than one. Like, all of the reservoirs in the area are drained, and they have been for a while. I don't know if it's something with the dams, and they're checking structural stuff with the dams. I haven't seen any crews around. I haven't seen any emergency equipment. But it's like they just randomly, and they use it. The reservoirs are drinking water and all kinds of things, that it's used. So it's something that's necessary, that they felt at least that was necessary, and and there's a pretty, I wouldn't say it's a heavy population, but obviously the reservoir is feeding a heavy population, or not feeding, but is going to a heavy population greater than just its immediate area. So it's very strange that so many of these giant reservoirs have been drained for so long. And I'm just not seeing much information on it. But it's usually like one of those things, it's like I got so lucky the one time. I came there and it was drained, and it was like, okay, well, I got to run and I got to film quick, because by tomorrow, by next week, this is going to be gone. And almost every time it's been true. I film real quick, and then it's years, and then it's drained again. But now the last several times that I've gone down to that area over the last few months, it's always been drained. Like I said, on several different reservoirs, and not just one. And the last time I visited two different reservoirs in the same day, and both of them were drained, completely drained. It was just open. Whatever water was flowing through the river just flowed freely through the dam and to the other side of the river and out. No pressure whatsoever, no closed valves, nothing. And Yeah. Hey, John. I'm not sure. That's the weird thing is, it is a lot of them are Army Corps of Engineer projects, um, and so, um, I didn't see anybody out though. No inspection crews, no nothing, no movement, no equipment, nothing outside of the ordinary other than the drained reservoirs. I couldn't find. It was like almost, and I was almost the only one there. In fact, in the one of the times I walked around for quite a while, and the entire time I didn't see anybody else other than a few people driving by, um, uh, and very few and far between on that as well. But yeah, I mean, just it was like its own little ghost town. I mean, obviously the area has a lot of ghost town areas, but um, no traffic, no people, no army people, no crews. It was just empty. It was like somebody just. It was almost as if like. I mean, I know it didn't happen, but it was almost as if like the army was just like, yeah, screw it, we're done here, and just opened up the valves and left. Like, that's it, we're done. Like that's just what it felt like. It just there's just no one there. It's just like it's like they're expecting something, but they're not telling people what it is. I don't know. I'm gonna do more research into it and find out if I can. Let's see if I can find out anything. But yeah, just really weird, and it doesn't happen very often. Again, it's usually newsworthy. Like it's so rare that it's newsworthy, that you can, and like right now it's just you could walk out there every day, all day. You can. I was gonna walk to the island. There's Monument City, which is the ghost town, and then there's Monument Island, which used to not be an island, and then was essentially a high hill, and then when they flooded the reservoir, it turned into an island. And right now you can literally walk straight to the island. So I thought about filming that and walking to the island, because you can actually walk to the island using the roads that are underwater most of the year, most of the time, except for this strange moment in history. But the roads are still visible, as you've seen in some of my episodes, and so you can literally take one of the old roads to the island. And my only fear is that I'd end up getting stuck, because that would be the moment that they. Obviously, it wouldn't fill up that quickly, but I was kind of thinking in the back of my head that would be the moment that they sealed the valves and started refilling, and then I'd be stuck on this island with no actual access to the land, without either flagging down some. I mean, obviously it's drained, so there's not. You can still technically fish there. Like you can take the what used to be the river in the middle of this pile of thousands of acres of mud, essentially, and you can still navigate a boat down the center. But there's not very many people that do it, and so like my thought is that I'd end up getting stuck and have to have some rescue crew come out and get me. But it's not really that big of a risk. It would take hours and hours and hours to fill back up, so you could always just run and be fine. But it is sort of a scary thought in the back of your head, especially when you're there, because it's just, I mean, it is such an otherworldly post-apocalyptic feel, when you're walking down this road, which is supposed to be leading somewhere, but it's leading to the middle of nowhere, and it feels like there should be stuff, because there was stuff there. There was homes, there was businesses, there was churches, there was an active cemetery, there where people's lives were going on. And now, standing there where, right at the edge of where these people's lives used to be carried out, is just nothingness. It's just nothing but wilderness. You look in all directions, and all you can see is either water or trees. And it's just such a weird feeling knowing that you're walking down this road that still has public signs and still has, maybe hints of the paint here and there, and it doesn't go anywhere. It just goes straight down to the water and then disappears. Or if it's drained, it goes down into the water and then slowly sort of disintegrates into this sort of almost cobblestone looking path mixed with mud and whatever. Yeah, I would love to bring a boat. My other thought is to go back when it was flooded and actually bring an underwater drone and actually get footage of what it looks like, during a bright day. And it's pretty muddy water. Um, as you can probably imagine, not being a real natural lake, it's mostly mud. So it would be murky, but my thought was to kind of go back at some point with an underwater capable camera, a robotic camera that I could send down to the bottom, because it's probably about 8 to 10 feet underwater, a lot of the structures anyway. And so it would be possible to send a little robotic drone. They're not incredibly expensive. And so I have thought about doing that and filming while it was flooded to sort of get, the full. I feel like I've filmed there while it was flooded, and then I've filmed there while it was drained, and where you could see the actual structures and the foundations and the old fire pits and all these things left behind underneath the water. But I feel like actually seeing it while it was underwater, you can see it where it used to be. This comparison, this side by side of, here's where it goes and now here's all the water. But actually getting some video footage of all those ruins underneath the water, I think would really give it that final touch. But yeah. And there's a few, it's a really interesting area with the Great Lakes here in the U.S. There's a decent amount of shipwrecks, and a lot of them aren't very deep. And so one of the underwater drones that I was looking at, I think it could go up to about somewhere in between 60 to 100 feet. It's a tethered system. Obviously, it would be very difficult to do a wireless system in the water. And so it is a tethered system, but that was my thought, to maybe do that and have that option available where I could go out and do some, because people think about abandoned stuff, and there's a lot of abandoned stuff that's just underwater. These shipwrecks very much fall into the abandoned category, and there's a lot of them in the Lake Michigan has a decent amount of shipwrecks. There's one right off of the coast, off of Chicago, and it's actually so shallow that you can see it on Google Maps. If you're going and looking at Chicago and you zoom in on the water, you can actually see the shipwreck beneath the water. And so to be able to go there and send a little drone down there and get some footage of it, I think that'd be kind of neat. So that's been one of my thoughts that I haven't talked about in my many ideas of ways to expand the content of the channel. Yeah. We do have an underwater. I don't know that. No, actually, I don't know that exists anymore. I think it got deleted. But I did have an underwater episode. I did not film it, but I did have an underwater episode. But I don't think it's still up. So if anybody saw it, you're one of the lucky few that saw the fully submerged underwater in the Atlantic Ocean episode of 539 Productions. But that has been a while ago, and I think it is gone. I think that was one of the episodes that never it didn't do as well as I thought it would have. But I understand because it was not good conditions underwater and very cloudy that day. And so the visibility was not really great. It was supposed to be sort of a tour of a reef, but you couldn't see it as well as I would have liked. But I mean, you can't really argue with the ocean and the weather patterns, so you got to take what you can get. So yeah, we don't get very many underwater. I do a few, obviously, underwater shots here and there with the GoPros. But, yeah, that was the one and only nearly fully underwater episode. But yeah, unless you've seen it, you probably never will get the chance again. Unfortunately, well, I wouldn't say never. Maybe in the future, somewhere as a lost episode sort of deal. Definitely not ever going to be showing its face on the 539 channel again, just because, like I said, I don't even think I originally intended to delete it. It wasn't doing very well, and when things don't do very well on YouTube, it can begin to affect other things, and so taking it down is a lot of times the right thing to do. But at the same time, if I remember correctly, I think I actually accidentally deleted it originally, but it should have been deleted either way. I can't really remember 100%, but yeah. It might be on Facebook though. I can't remember. I think I didn't put it on Facebook, but it's possible. I can't remember. I did pick and choose some of the episodes for different reasons, and then of course, Facebook has different contracts with these musical artists, and so sometimes I try to put something on Facebook, and it'll be like, "Hey, even though this song's cool on YouTube, you can't use it here." And so sometimes I unfortunately can't post things. I did have music on that one too, so I don't know if that one got flagged or if it ended up getting uploaded, but I don't think it's on Facebook either. But I'm not really sure. Agnes, you saw it? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah. I'm not gonna go out and buy a magnet, but I do actually have plans to do a magnet fishing episode with somebody else that actually does it. Obviously, it's gonna be a little bit of time because who knows when everybody's gonna be able to get back together again. But I do have plans to do a magnet fishing episode. I think it'll be really interesting. I don't plan on doing it on a regular basis though. Although I do find it fascinating, but I do want to, like I was saying earlier, I do want to keep things. How many more sounds? This is weird. I'm gonna have to go figure out what is making all this noise. But anyway, I do want to keep it centered somewhat around travel. It is pretty important to me I want this to be a travel series. And I feel like it drifted too far into. I mean, I know I probably didn't start it off right either. It was sort of a middle type of thing. I should have been doing it more from the beginning, to more nail it in as a somewhat of a road trip channel as well. Because I like that series. I like that feel. I like the feel of the road trip. The idea that there's multiple stops and there's the challenge of getting there. And I hate the idea of it just being about the destinations. And so, I feel like that would be the only thing that would prevent me from doing magnet episodes on a normal average, or not average, but on a regular basis, because I definitely want it to be somewhat about the travel and like making. If it were just part of an episode, then I can definitely see. But I could see where if I did it a lot, just making a travel episode where I hopped in the car and then showed how I got to this place that I went magnet fishing at for like an hour. It could be good and then it could not. But I definitely love the content though, and I love those channels that are like dedicated to that sort of content, and I actually watch them on a fairly regular basis. So, but yeah, if it fit into the narrative of the road trip, then yes. But anymore, I'm definitely trying to steer it in that direction because I want to get there. Even like I said with the car, trying to make it a more road trip worthy car, a more making it a vehicle that can not only get me to where I need to go, but also assist me in my effort of documenting these road trip, whether it's better navigation, better antennas for cellular connections and live streams, whatever it might be, to gear it in a way that it helps to make the content interesting or directly makes the content interesting. And so, yeah, I just the challenges of getting places a lot of times, that too, it's like you run into a lot of challenges along the way, whether it's roads being out or flooded, or that's the same thing, but or car challenges or navigation challenges or whatever. There's so many things that happen during the process of getting from point A to point B, and I think to me that's one of my number one types of content to begin with. I love road trip videos. I enjoyed, like, I don't know if anybody out there has seen Long Way Around, which is Ewan McGregor's road trip video that he did with bikes or motorcycles, where he pretty much did a complete loop around the world. Obviously, there are some areas that you can't technically drive, but he did, he traveled through the United States and through Europe and through Asia and did this amazing, like, 20,000 mile motorcycle trip, and it was one of the most amazing travel series, and it was really cool. And I that's one, I wouldn't say the main source of inspiration, but like it's a type of content that I want to bring more to my channel, that idea of the trip, and the challenges of getting to hard places, which, and in my past, that's been something that I've done that I haven't documented quite as much. It's like some of these places, it's like, and some of these roads that I've gone down, a lot of people, and I'm not bragging, I'm just in general, a lot of people would not do some of the things. Like, I've gone through drifts of snow that arguably my car should never make it through. I've had my driver's side door open, with my foot on the gas and my hand going back and forth just to get traction, to get 15 feet, another 15 feet, another 15 feet, just a little bit more to get to, this clearing so that my car can make it. And I've been on hills that I've come to the point where I'm nearly sliding down backwards, and it's like I've gone through all these treacherous conditions and down these crazy back roads. I've got my car nearly stuck in feet of mud and these crazy situations. And it's like, and like in my sort of negligence and ignorance in starting out on YouTube, I sort of, got mad that I was having issues on the road, but, neglected to really film it when it really would have made amazing content. Sometimes I did in short spurts, and obviously I've done like the car wreck episode when Adam and I were in a car wreck together, and I documented that, and I made an interesting episode. And despite the fact how dangerous it was, it kind of really, I found it fascinating in that aspect because it really documented what content I was going towards. It wasn't necessarily abandoned stuff or cemeteries or any one type of location, but this journey that you're going through, taking these trips. And I feel like looking back, I haven't done as good of a job of documenting the journey as I would like to have. And even even just the most mundane things in the middle, like stopping at a gas station or getting something to eat, like going to some crazy little drive-in restaurant in the middle of the country, and then heading to some amazing location. Sometimes it's about the whole trip, and I feel like I haven't done that justice, and that's really the direction I want 539 to go, is the whole experience. Though I can't keep saying that. I know I keep putting you guys through that same conversation, but it really is something I'm passionate about. That's really what I want to see happen, and longer content. I think that's, I feel like people are starting to like longer and longer content, and I feel like it would be something interesting to be able to show, a half an hour, 45-minute long video of, traveling to this epic location and showing the sort of the trials and journey of getting there. Yeah, I would like to get something that's more road worthy, but like I like cars. I am a very hardcore car person. I'm not a truck person, even though I do appreciate their ability to outperform my vehicle in off-road and semi-off-road type situations, especially in the rough, in the mud, in the snow. I am definitely setting myself back, setting myself up, I should say, by not having something like that. But like, I am a car person. I don't know what else to say about it. Yeah, I definitely, it would be better off, for sure. Especially the type of stuff that I like to film, but and someday I might get something a little bit more adequate. I mean, there's some four-wheel drive cars out there, obviously, that exist, like Subarus, which are made for, which do really well in off-road, and that's why they're used in rally racing and things like that. So there might be some in-betweener type things that I could go for, but yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea, for sure. But I'm a modified car guy, and I like my lowrider, big rim cars. I'm not necessarily like, I'm not the most flashy type of person when it comes to modifying cars, but like, I definitely like some things that don't necessarily lend themselves towards really bad country roads. But I also like the thought of taking something somewhere where it's not supposed to be, too. Like, like I have a few ideas in mind of vehicles that would otherwise, I mean, they wouldn't necessarily be bad, but they wouldn't necessarily be thought of as being the ideal vehicle for the situation. And like some of those vehicles are the ones that I really want to take and use for road trips and film. And I think it'd be interesting, like some of the three-wheeled vehicles, and taking them in these really crazy sort of not off-road places, but like rough places and long trips. I'd like to do something that it makes it. It's like motorcycles. I think I'm not a big motorcycle guy, but I understand those people, in that it adds something to the journey. You know, even though you might feel sorry for the bikers when you go by and it's pouring rain and they're sitting out there taking shelter underneath the overhang on the highway, there's the overpass on the highway. But you really shouldn't feel sorry for them, because that is part of it. Even though that kind of sucks and that's cold and it's miserable and it's wet, that is every bit part of it, and one of the many reasons that they do what they do. And it's an adventure, and it really brings something to the journey when you're fighting the weather and you're out there and you're open to the elements, and it really does bring something extra to the journey. And so to get a vehicle like that, or to sort of exist with a vehicle that makes it sometimes harder to get to certain areas, but yet it's the car that I'm passionate about, that I'm working on, that I want to have, then I think that actually adds something in my mind. Yeah, definitely would love. I love Subarus, so yeah, can do the WRX. They're very good. Um, there's also the Mitsubishi Evos. They're also that's getting pretty expensive. And so is WRX, depending on what you get. But yeah, they're off-road capable vehicles with all-wheel drive that perform quite admirably next to other off-road vehicles. Obviously, there's some areas that you still can't beat, a taller truck-like or SUV-like vehicle, excuse me. The Batmobile, there we go. That would be a good one. I've photographed the Batmobile. Actually, I did a Batmobile episode. One of the many Batmobiles that was used for filming is mounted on a pole here, around here. In a really small, not really small, a semi-small Indiana town that's kind of grown in fame over the years because of the auction. It's called Auburn, Indiana. I actually have it's the poster like right over here that I've shown a few times. And it's one of the most famous car auctions in the world. And they sold several replicas of, not replicas, excuse me, several models of the Batmobile that were used in the filming of I don't remember which actor it was. It's I think it's two Batmans before anyway, I don't know exactly which film it was from. It might have been I have no idea. I'm not going to say something and be wrong. I have no idea. But yeah. So yeah, it's actually one of the ones that was used in filming, and it's up on a pole right now. And actually, one of them, I don't think it was that one, but one of them that was functioning, I don't know if it had some sort of functioning engine. Obviously, the jet engine, when you see him driving down the middle of the street with a jet engine, that's fake. The flames are real, but the jet engine is not giving any propulsion to the Batmobiles. They're powered by internal engines. But I was actually there in the room when one of them was being auctioned. That had a functioning jet engine. Again, there was no power that it was giving to the vehicle, which is kind of funny because they were the jet engine was on, but they had 3 or 4 people that had to push the car up the ramp to to the platform so that they could begin the auction. So it was kind of funny because it's going full flame and had so little actual thrust that it took 5 people or 4 people to push the car up the ramp. So because he didn't have the actual, I think it was a V8 engine that powered it for real, and they didn't have that on. So they just had, what looked like the jet engine on and people just pushing it. So, but yeah, very interesting thing to watch. I believe it sold for over $1 million. I think it was about 1.2 million. And a cool place to be. Lots of celebrities go there and auction or buy cars from the auction. It's a great place to go and pick yourself up a supercar. Jay Leno's there a lot. He's obviously a big car guy and loves the Auburn auction, so he comes in every once in a while. Lots of NBA players, lots of investors. Yeah, it's a really interesting place. You never know who you're going to run into. Oh, really? Yeah, there's a few people like that in America too. You find occasionally that they'll make like the movie cars. You kind of make yourself a target because, not necessarily in a bad way, but like you'll find that there's a lot of law enforcement officers that might want to take a selfie with you, and so they might flash the lights on and pull you over just to get a picture. So I mean, you might find here that at the very least that might end up, although it seems very fun, it may end up wasting your time a lot because you'll have a lot of cops that just are like, I need to get a photo with that dude, and so they'll just flip their lights on and pull you over. You won't get a ticket, but like, I mean, obviously they're not going to be. I mean, that would be a jerk move right there, but yeah. Exploring Israel's history. Oh, hey there. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate that. I would love to explore Israel sometime, too. That would be pretty epic. But thank you very much. I'm glad that you enjoy the videos. Good to have you. Wayne Carini. I'm not sure I've heard of him, but I do like I like the restoration shows, as long as it doesn't get too reality. I found that it's been getting on my nerves. That, I mean, I guess it's nothing new. Like it's like the all the chopper shows. It's like they end up being more about the drama, and often fake drama that's written by a producer on the spot and not even a real fight, and that stuff irritates me. But I love the shows that actually concentrate on the actual restoration work and creating these pieces of art out of these old vehicles, or out of nothing, creating amazing bikes and stuff like that. But the one thing that gets me is how they turn everything into this toxic reality television. I mean, I hate to say it because, again, I love their bikes were amazing, but like, what was it, the West Coast Choppers? There's just constantly people screaming at each other nonstop, and it's just like, not only is it a lot of times obviously fake, When somebody gets really angry, and is screaming at the top of their lungs and cussing somebody out, and then, you catch them in the background just laughing because nobody's taking it seriously. It's like that stuff I hate, but like, if you can find a show that concentrates on the restoration, then I'm down with that. But I'm finding it harder and harder these days. But I'm open to suggestions if anybody. I'll have to look up that one. But hey there, Kenneth. Welcome. Good to have you. Vegas Rat Rods. I'm trying to think if I've watched that. I love rat rods. Those are really cool. Only thing bad about rat rods is that they suck to drive. Everybody that owns a rat rod always says that they they look amazing and they suck to get anywhere in them. But I guess if that's your passion, then you're willing to. It's just like the motorcycles and getting stuck in the rain. It's part of the experience though. But yeah, I've watched a few different shows about rat rods, and I like that type of stuff. I'll have to look some of that up. Iron Resurrection. I've never heard of that. I'm assuming that's something similar, maybe like a motorcycle type thing. I like the motorcycle stuff. Again, it's got to be about the bikes. And I don't like it when it gets too big for its own. Like, I felt like a lot of those like West Coast chopper shows got too big. It's like when you're making a motorcycle for like Gillette razor blades. Like, to me, that's like, I don't care. Nobody at Gillette's gonna ever ride that bike. It's gonna sit in their their international headquarters in the lobby and be unridden for like the next 20, 30 years until it finally gets sold in an auction somewhere. And so, like, I just really don't. It's like, unless somebody else that's passionate about it is going to sit on that bike and ride it, then I find myself lacking the interest. To me, that ruins the whole thing. Like, and that's what really, one of the other major things that made me begin to dislike that series was when it just started to be big corporate clients. And it's like, like, not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's like, in that particular situation, like, I don't mind people getting sponsors, but it's like, motorcycles are about people that love motorcycles, and I'm not going to watch you build a motorcycle for a company that's going to sit in a glass display case and never get any use. I want to see this thing get built and then take on a road trip for 1,000 miles. And one time, the person even admit, like, it's like he made this bike so ridiculous that it's like, yeah, the gas tank's so small it can only go 20 miles at a time. And it's like, well, what's the point? That's not even a motorcycle. It's just, that's an art piece that looks like a motorcycle. So I really, a lot of those shows just end up getting so big, and that it just turns into something that it's not anything close to what it was originally intended to be. Restoring America's history. That sounds interesting. Sorry, I missed a lot of chats here. Thank you, Kenneth. I appreciate that. Yeah, we just got the new lights up. We'll have some more going up here soon. I actually have seen some of the Russian ones. It was really interesting. Actually, I saw a really weird. It wasn't technically a fully automotive restoration show, but it was these guys, and they run around restoring not only automotive stuff but also buildings in the Ukraine, but they're doing it in the in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. So there's like they'll like go into an old abandoned apartment building and then like just start fixing up places, like throwing on fresh paint. They'll go outside and they'll find a vehicle and they'll try to restore the vehicle, and it's like they're restoring this old nuclear ghost town essentially, which is really weird. Um, Maybe not the safest. It's not necessarily unsafe depending on how you do it and where you are and how long you're there. So, I guess it depends, but it's kind of interesting. I feel like some of it's history. I don't know that all of it should be restored, or that I don't know how they're doing this even, but it definitely is interesting to watch. I'll say that at the very least. Yeah, I liked a lot of them, and then like they just got too reality TV for me. It's like when it went too Kardashian, I kind of had to let go. And I felt like a lot of them did, unfortunately. Even some of the good like road trip shows. Um, like I used to watch like was it Top Gear and all that. I felt that one kind of too cliche. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's hard for him not to. That's one of the things I guess I find toxic about traditional styles of media, and why I tend to. Holy crap! It's 5 in the morning. All right, I'm gonna have to end this pretty soon, but yeah, that's one of the reasons I like YouTube. It's because it's fresh. It's just not the same old thing. It's like nowadays every reality show eventually just devolves into the same thing. You know, every reality show eventually becomes the Kardashians. You know, even the tattoo ones. That's why I don't watch tattoo reality shows. It's like how many of those? By the end of it, they're all just, oh, so and so is fighting with so and so is cheating on so and so, and it's like It's like, where are the tattoos? Do some tattoos. I don't care what you're. I mean, to a certain extent, it's interesting to see how, somebody that works in a tattoo shop or owns a tattoo shop, how they live their life outside of that, and I definitely find value in doing that. But like even them, a lot of it's fake. Like the whole like the Kat Von D stuff and all that. Most of that, to my knowledge, was a lot of the drama was literally the producer. And in most reality series, that's just the way it is. Most of the time that they're yelling and screaming at each other, they're not mad at each other in the least. It's just literally the producer going, "Hey, can you get angry at him about this?" And then you respond to him in this way. It's like 20% of it is actually what they're doing throughout the day, and then like 80% of it is the producer being like, "Hey, this isn't interesting enough for TV, so we need you to fake it and do this." And that's literally what they'll do. Like if you look into the research of it, like very little of what you see on screen is even their own words. It's about as fake as reading a teleprompter, you know. It really is a lot of times produced situation. If you see somebody get angry and scream on camera and they get in these explosive arguments, probably 9 times out of 10 that argument never happened, you know. But they got a good paycheck for making it look real. So, and yeah, unfortunately, it bleeds over into things that are otherwise really interesting to a lot of people, like car restoration, weirdly enough, or tattoos, you know. And the next thing you know, it's just, it's all back to, Jersey Shore and Kardashians and all this. It's the same thing, It's kind of sad. I feel like I'm rambling, though. Yeah, international audience is good. Definitely. All right. I have an episode that I need to get out for 539, and despite the fact that I love this channel and love where it's kind of bringing the content and giving me that extra, or that flexibility, I should say, to deliver content that wouldn't necessarily fit into the 539 universe. I also still have to make sure that that channel stays healthy. So I need to get off of here and get some rest. And yeah, I'm probably not going to be asleep till like 7 in the morning though. But appreciate y'all being here. Thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. It ended up turning out not to be as bad as what I thought it was going to be. With the obviously hanging out's always fun, but I just mean with the algorithm, and I thought it was really going to trash on my stream tonight, and it ended up doing so. But I figure if we can get back and do this more often, it'll be a little bit more friendly. So, but yeah, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Everybody being so talkative, and yeah, I felt like it was a good conversation and got to answer a few questions and talk about a lot of different interesting subjects. So appreciate y'all being here. But again, look for the new episode coming out. It will be coming out hopefully today. But if not, Sunday for sure. Just depending on if I get enough rest here to make anything happen. But thank you guys. Appreciate you being here. Good night, Brenda. Good night, Agnes. Francisca. Bass. Who else is here? Exploring Israel. I hope I'm not missing anybody. Kenneth. Everybody out there. Thank you all. Hope you have a great night, and hopefully we'll be doing this again really soon. Talk to y'all later, and hopefully I'll be seeing a few of you tomorrow on 539. Bye.